Now Ainge. Pass to Buckner. Bird, high post. Trying to break that ice-cold streak. Rebound by the 76ers. Malone's got rebound number 17, if you can believe that. Routens passes to Edwards. Malone sets the pick for Edwards. Down low, 4 on the clock. And it's Malone missing.
Not sure if he just ran out of gas or what. He's been awful ever since the second half started. Not even been a factor.
Bird misses.
Well, we've seen him make this shot often with no defensive coverage. He's got to be kicking himself he didn't make that one.
Now here's Edwards. Jones dishes to Malone. Jones, the pass to Routens. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Here's Ibaroni. No good. Good D by Ainge. Malone with the steal. Jones with it. And it's Bird picking him up. Jones against Bird. Here's Routens. Pass to Edwards. To the middle. Here's Malone. Kevin McHale pulls it in. McHale's got rebound number 11 for him here tonight. Here's Bird. The 18-footer is right on the mark. Bird's got 20 points.
The bread and butter of Bird. Mid-range jumpers are layups for him.
They need to find a high percentage shot, Clark, to regain some of that confidence.
I think they've gone too long without seeing one go down, and that begins to mess with your psyche.
Here's Routens. Malone sets the pick for Jones. Going inside. Second shot opportunity. And the rejection by Bird. Here's Buckner. Guarded by Malone. Buckner the pass to Kite. And Jones over to help. And the Celtics can't hang on to the ball. Sheets checked in for Jones. Boston also with the sub. Drew's checked in for Danny Ainge. The 76ers trail by 6. Edwards looking it over. Here's Routens, defended by Bird. Routens passes to Edwards. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Malone. And the rebound goes to McHale. McHale's got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass. And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul. Shot misses. He'll be shooting 2.
Pretty cunning move. Taking his shot into the coverage to win the whistle.
And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Celtics.
Well, they've continued to play pedal to the metal, leaking out and capitalizing with ease when they get opportunities in the open court.
You also can't ignore the good job they've done rebounding on the offensive end tonight. That hustle has been well rewarded with second chance points.
And he sinks the second. Now here's Edwards. And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. To the paint, Malone. And Boston with the rebound. Kite's got his 5th rebound in this one. Bird inside. From down in the low post, it goes. Bird's got the lead up to 9 now for the Celtics. Philadelphia shooting at 36%. They really seem out of sync offensively. Cheeks the pass to Routens. And here's Malone. Another miss, and they've really hit a rough patch here. Boston leading by 9. Here's Drew. Back to Bird. From 7, and he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. Bird's got 12 points here in the second half. You know, Mike, we had a few years of relative parity in the NBA, but lately we've seen the rise of some very dominant teams.
And with that, some true rivalries are emerging. The Celtics and Sixers in the East are bitter adversaries, and each of them has recent history with the Lakers.
It sets up perfectly, doesn't it, Coach, with those names, those cities, those teams, and the players on those teams.
And they all happen to be from a coast, whether it's the East Coast or the West Coast.
So it's the Celtics now. 76ers getting the bucket. Buckner the pass to Kite. Here's Bird. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. The 76ers trail by 9. Left side, Edwards. Over Drew. Here's another rebound. Malone, no luck.
Just unable to get into any kind of rhythm this quarter.
And that's the way it goes sometimes. But his team is doing what they can to try and get him going.
Edwards with it. Pass to Cheeks. Right side, Edwards. Right wing. Baseline J on the way. Routins with the bucket.
And, you know, the one thing that stood out tonight is his scoring. He's kept attacking even as they've been trailing.
Drew passes to Buckner. Out to Bird. And the shot falls short this time.
And he forced that shot. When the defense is this tight, you're better off passing out of it and looking for a better shot.
Stolen by Bird. Pass to Buckner. Here's Drew. 6 to shoot. 20 feet out. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound.
And people will say he shouldn't take that mid-range look, but he had the space and is capable of making it.
Cheeks the pass to Edwards. Hits the front of the rim and out.
In a bit of a shooting slump here. I mean, he can't seem to get anything going.
As a coach, this is when you want to draw up something that gets him an easy look at the rim, or at least a chance to go to the line.
Here's Buckner. Here's McHale. And it's slammed in by McHale.
Incredible at getting positioning down low. Once McHale has the ball down there, you are at his mercy.
Outside, Edwards. Routins passes to Edwards. It's stolen. Bird looking it over. High quality look, and he sinks it. And now it's an 11-point Celtic lead.
Oh, the finesse. Bird showing off the handles here.
Malone with the screen. Here's Cheeks. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Cheeks has got 4 this quarter.
That's an awful defensive lapse, allowing the uncontested jumper.
The Celtics call time. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Guys, during that last break, I listened to K.C. Jones address his team. He reminded his team, we're up. All the pressure is on them. Let's just keep playing our game. Makes sense because they've got a nice lead late in this game. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Johnson outside. Drew passes to Bird. Over Jones. Bird misses. The 76ers trail by 9. And here is Harper. Pass to Cheeks. Shot clock at 5. Pulls up on the wing. Rebound, Boston. Here's Drew. Here's Wedman. No good that time. Great D that time from Irving. Now the 76ers on the break. Cheeks the pass to Jones.
Boy, the work ethic of Jones. Very admirable. When he's on the court, he's giving you everything he has.
At the line for 2, Bobby Jones.
Shooting 2.
He misses the free throw. And he's good on the second. Here's Drew. Out to the right wing. Here's Wedman. Johnson, the pass to Parrish. Here's Drew, defended by Cheeks. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And the D daring him to prove he can make it from that spot. Unfortunately for him, not able there.
The 76ers trail by 8. He lobs it up. Got a piece of it. And it's Malone finishing it off.
He's so aggressive and confident inside. It's a real challenge trying to keep Malone out of the paint.
Pass to Bird. Here's Drew. Now Parrish. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
You know, the size of Parrish is hard to go up against, especially when he's trying to score. That guy is north of 7 feet tall.
Robert Parrish taking 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
No good is the first free throw, missing for him. We'll see if we can nail the second.
A double-double machine. Parrish understands his strengths on offense and also works hard at the defensive end.
And he misses the second one as well, so he is 0 for 2 that time.
And this guy simply just wants to win and will do anything he can to do this.
Harper, no good. Celtics leading by 6. On the wing, Johnson. Back to Bird. It's good with the assist that time from Johnson. Johnson's got his 3rd assist on the night. The 76ers running out of time. Outside, Malone. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Back to Harper. Outside Irving. To the inside. Cheeks kicks to Malone. Excellent D there from Parrish. And for the Celtics, their shooting has been wayward so far. Only 37% from the floor. Drew passes to Wedman. Now Parrish.
Not quite a blocked shot, but no question he got a piece of it.
It might not add to his stat line, but the offense will certainly be more cautious around him after that.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Skilled at getting fouled. Cheeks is superb at getting defenders to make mistakes and overcommit.
Maurice Cheeks, 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
And he misses the first one. Boy, he wanted that one to fall. And he does get the second one. And that narrows the gap to 7.
And at this point in the game, they need every point they can get. You know he's kicking himself for not knocking all of those free throws down.
Here's Drew. Johnson left side. Pass to Wedman. Here's Drew. Defended by Cheeks. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Looking to get back on track here. And right on target with the swish. 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Cheeks kicks to Irving. Cheeks outside. Puts it up. A rebound by the Celtics. Here's Drew. So we see Boston get the win here. Picking up a road win, Mike, pretty handily tonight.
On the road, you usually take what you can get. So they should be very happy with this victory.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. And so for Mike Fratello, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan alongside our entire 2K Sports crew, thanking you for... Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. Great to have you with us. And in our matchup tonight, we'll see the Milwaukee Bucks going up against the Boston Celtics. Alongside Mike Fratello and Clark Kellogg, I'm Kevin Harlan. David Aldridge is with us from the sidelines. Conference rivals taking each other on here, Mike, always makes for a very fun and interesting game.
Well, it'll be interesting for the fans, for the audience out there. The players and coaches, they will take this very serious. They know the stakes are high out there, and everyone wants to try and be part of a win, so they try to do a little bit more. They want to deliver the big bucket to help their team and help their fans get a W on the board.
Now here is Moncrief. Following the miss by Larry Bird. Hands the 12-footer.
He just makes scoring look so easy. Bird is especially dangerous from the mid-range area.
Moncrief up top. He's guarded by Johnson. Here's Lanier. A rebound by the Celtics. Their last encounter was in Boston.
You know, they scraped out a win last time, and I think foul trouble on the other side was a big factor.
Well, playing aggressively, forcing the action, that so often works in your favor, and it's certainly...
About a minute played so far here in the first. Johnson against Moncrief. Doesn't get it to drop for him. Good D by Johnson. The Celtics working the ball around now. The Celtics shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one.
Shooting for the Celtics. Taking 2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break.
2 shots.
That free throw, no good. And the second free throw, good. Here's Archibald. He's averaging around 5.5 points a game. First quarter of play with about a minute and a half gone. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
Beautiful thing to watch there. Parrish with great anticipation and timing to get to that shot and deny it.
Henderson dishes to Bird. That's basket number 2 with his third shot off to a fast 2 for 3.
What a terrific setup. Getting the right guy the ball right when he needs it.
Moncrief up top. He's guarded by Johnson. Milwaukee, no good that time either. For Boston, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Henderson passes to Parrish. It's hauled in by Lanier.
And the shooter had really no airspace to get that shot off. That's good D.
Yeah, terrific defense. Doing a great job contesting without fouling.
And so Bird will bring it up for the Celtics. They're coming off that win against Philadelphia.
Well, I was really impressed with what they did defensively in that one. Getting stops and really forcing their opponents into tough shots.
Great communication on that end. They were rotating well and staying all over the shooters.
Boy, how about the confidence? I love watching him be that assertive down low.
And pin the blame on the defense there. You can't just give him an open layup.
Timeout called, the Bucks. Lanier, the pass to Archibald. It's stolen by Johnson. Henderson right side. Over Archibald. Up again. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
The long arms of Parrish, using that incredible length to do damage on the offensive glass.
Archibald passes to Johnson. Now on the scoring column with that bucket. 1 for 2 this game.
They finally get on the board. Boy, that's got to be a relief.
Woo! And no doubt hoping their offense flows a bit easier now that they've broken the seal.
Now here's Henderson. Looking at his point production, he averages almost 8 points a game. Parrish, nice work on the board. Is paying off with the basket. Parrish has got his second basket.
Look, it's not easy to intimidate Parrish inside. I don't care how physical you get with him. He maintains his cool.
Lister with a screen on Johnson. Moncrief's shot is off.
He's a solid mid-range shooter, but just wasn't able to knock that one down.
Here's Henderson. Here's Parrish. And he can't extend the lead to double digits.
Aggressive move. That's an easy 2 points most of the time.
Moncrief the pass to Archibald. Here's Lanier. Shoots over Henderson. Lanier, that's good.
Sweet mid-range shot from Lanier, showing us he doesn't have to get into the paint to score.
Henderson looking it over. Clock at 6. The fader. Here's Parrish. Rebound by Archibald. Bucks trail by 7. And here's Moncrief. Still without a basket. Lister the pass to Moncrief. Lister against Parrish. Moncrief. The shot is good off the backboard.
Moncrief can do it all. His game is without a hold.
Henderson outside. Johnson outside. Scott the pass to Bird. The kick out to Scott. Here's Johnson, and he gets it to go from the high post.
There's zero hesitation to Johnson's game. Always ready to contribute.
And Milwaukee calls their first time out of the game. Hey, Mike, certainly this far into the season, teams know where they stand and what they need to get fixed.
They are very aware at this point in the season. Some teams are on the scramble to fix their current issues. Others may be looking to see how they can improve an already good team.
Milwaukee making a switch here. Pressey is checked in. Here's Lanier. He's a good contributor to his team, averaging about 10.5 points a game. Now here is Moncrief. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Archibald. Parrish grabs the board. Parrish has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Here's Bird. Milwaukee with the rebound. A tough loss coming against New York in their last game played.
I don't think they were efficient enough in that. You have to shoot the ball better.
Shooting that low of a percentage, you aren't winning too many games, particularly on the road.
Pass to Parrish. Back to Henderson. Rob. And up the court come the Bucks on the break. Johnson with the block. And it's out of bounds. The Bucks able to retain possession here. And that kind of stifling effort on defense needs another look.
Those kinds of plays are the ones that get you on the lead and help keep you in front.
Here's Johnson. The shot is good. And so is his shooting tonight. 3 for 4.
Nice work from the mid-range. Johnson is creative at finding space to get his shot off.
Johnson surveying the floor. Parrish with the screen on Moncrief. Here's Johnson. No good. And so it's Johnson who brings the ball up for the Bucks. They trail by 3. Moncrief's shot is off. The Celtics shooting just 35% to start the game. Here's Henderson. That one falls coming off Johnson's feet. Henderson's got his second basket of the night.
Getting it done inside. I like watching guards like Henderson find ways to score down low.
Pass to Johnson. Here's Archibald. Shoots over Henderson. Archibald can't hit. Now Henderson. And here's Bird. Pressey defending. Bird misses. Bucks trail by 5. Here's Johnson. And then Johnson with the dunk.
How about the ferocious finish? Johnson not settling for the layup there.
And Boston has possession. Henderson outside. Scott against Johnson. Johnson the pass to Parrish. Just 5 to shoot. Back to Johnson. Parrish. Great positioning on the putback. And the Celtics lead by 5.
Authority on display. Parrish beat everybody to the loose ball and then punched it down hard.
Timeout called the Bucks. And a new group in for the Celtics. McHale's checked in for Scott. Redmond comes in for Larry Bird. Drew's checked in for Dennis Johnson. And Buckner's subbed in for Henderson. Chris with it. Looking at his numbers, he's averaging about 6.5 points a game over Buckner. Chris can't hit. Celtics leading by 5. Here's Buckner. Pass to Drew. Parrish inside. Working on Chris. A shot's good from Parrish.
Tell you what, with his size and soft touch, Parrish is a very reliable option on the inside.
Here's Preston. 14 points from him the last game against New York. Rejected by McHale. Here's Wedman. Moncrief defending. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. And some changes here for the Bucks. Brewer is checked in for Mokeska. And Lister is subbed in for Chris. And here's Moncrief. He had 25 points last game. Pass to Bridgman. Four on the shot clock. And it's good with time running down on the shot clock.
He has a particular set of skills, and they're very fun to watch.
Here's Buckner. He has yet to score. Redmond the pass to McHale. A rebound by Lister.
Solid defensive effort. Putting in the work to protect the hoop and disrupt his shot.
And he gets the basket. Officials blowing the whistle, so a chance at the line for one more.
Boy, nice floor awareness there from Sidney Moncrief. All about getting the rock to his open teammates.
And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Celtics.
So far, they've been immensely aggressive on the defensive side, denying easy shots, and it's made a difference in the game.
Hey, I know analytics shuns the mid-range game, but I tell you what, these guys have the shooters that can knock them down, and they're making it pay tonight.
Here's what Milwaukee's going with right now. Catchings comes in for Brewer, and Knight subbed in for Moncrief. Free throw good, Preston. Austin with the ball. Here's Drew. He's coming off a 10-point game against the 76ers in Philadelphia. Pass to Wedman. And here's Bird. Over Catchings. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Bird would not be denied there. Great intensity to play through the foul.
The Celtics shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night.
Shooting two.
Free throw good, Bird.
And looking at Bird, one of the most dangerous scorers in the league, capable of filling it up on all three levels.
Chris, he's checked in for Catchings. Bird hits them both.
Really always a plus to have a big guy stroke it from the line like that. The soft touch on full display.
Chris pass to Bridgman. 1:03 left to play here in the first. Celtics leading by 4. Here's Wedman. Nothing on the board. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Knight with it. Guarded now by Larry Bird. Bridgman. That's good. The assist that time from Knight.
Takes it right to the hole. Bridgman using his speed.
Here's Buckner. Covered by Chris. Shoots it up. Drew misses.
Not a bad look, just didn't fall.
Down low. Here's Bridgman. And the rejection by Bird. Buckner the pass to McHale.
Great job by McHale creating contact by being physical himself.
This is his first free throw of the game.
Kevin McHale, 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
No good on that one.
One of the more unique big men in this game. McHale is an impact player at both ends of the floor.
Good on the second free throw.
You know, he's somebody his guys like playing with because he does whatever is necessary to win.
And now here's Chris. Still yet to score. Pass to Bridgman. With 1 on the clock. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Boston on top, up 3. From UW-Milwaukee Panther Arena, back in a moment. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And when you consider how the Celtics are doing, guys, what do you think?
These guys have been all over the boards in this one, on both ends.
They owned that first quarter because of how hard they went to the boards. Showing hard work does pay off.
Here's Wedman. Pass to Bird. Here's Buckner. Here's Wedman. Here's Drew. A rebound by Lister. Lister's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Pressey passes to Knight. The putback. It's good on the putback.
Good awareness that time to put the shot right back up before the defense could react.
The Celtics with the lead. And we're starting the second quarter, about a minute gone. Here's Drew to the middle. Here's Bird. And no good. Here's Bridgman. Now Chris. Still without a basket. Pass to Bridgman. That's good for his 3rd bucket. Now 3 for 6 from the field.
Not allowing the defense to bother him. Bridgman is excellent at staying in control.
Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played. Bird outside. 6 to shoot. 6 feet out. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. Bird's got 8.
We know Bird can shoot it, but what makes Larry an elite offensive force, his ability to score from anywhere.
Pass to Lister. Chris with it. Here's Pressey. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 9.5 points a game. And out of bounds as the Celtics gain possession. And we've got a moment now to check out the Eastern Conference standings and see where everyone is sitting as things begin to settle down just a bit through the midway point of the season. Taking a look at Boston. And not a surprise, really, to see them sitting there in that #1 spot in the conference. The excellent brand of basketball they've been putting on display lately has been terrific. And, of course, the Bucks just way behind. Here's Drew. Pass to Buckner. Here's Drew. He's guarded by Knight. McHale with a screen on Knight. Here's Drew. Rebound, Milwaukee. Lister's got 8 rebounds in this game. Here's Knight. That's in for the first basket of the game after 3 attempts.
Great recognition to read the D and go with the floater. Beautiful touch.
Here's Buckner. Scoreless thus far. Celtics passing it around. Wedman the pass to Buckner. Here's Wedman. Bird inside. He had 28 points in the win against the 76ers in Philadelphia.
And in addition to that, he put in work on the boards. Just phenomenal work from him all around.
Now here's Knight. Following the miss by Larry Bird. That shot no good. Here's Wedman. Pressey defending. Wedman the pass to Bird. Tries it from 19. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. Pass to Bridgman. Inside. And Pressey gets it to go. Pressey's got the lead up to 1 now for the Bucks. And the lead coach just keeps changing hands.
5 times. And we still haven't gotten out of the first half.
It has been something. Now, here is Bird. 8 points for him. And he gets it to go.
I like the defensive effort, but Bird gets aggressive and forces his way to the inside shot.
Chris with it. Still scoreless. It's stolen. Bird looking it over. Rebounded by the Bucks. That'll be just 1 game played away from home for them. Banked in off the glass. Pressey's got 7 points.
The story of their offense so far has been just that, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Buckner the pass to Drew. Overnight. The rebound by Lister. Lister's got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Here's Pressey. He has 7. And McHale pulls it down. Here's Wedman. Buckner the pass to Wedman. Pass to Bird. Clock at 6. The 19-foot shot. Basket number 5 goes in. He's now 5 of 12 from the floor.
Boy, Bird has really been in the zone throughout this game.
And so Knight will bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. They trailed by 1. Now a timeout called by Milwaukee. In for the Celtics. Robert Parrish is checked in for McHale. Scott comes in for Wedman. Dennis Johnson's checked in for Drew. And Henderson subbed in for Buckner. Pressey passes to Bridgman. And we're certainly glad to be coming to you live, although we appreciate those great fans, Coach, who stay up to watch the games broadcast on tape delay.
And as their numbers grow, I foresee a day when we'll be able to watch every NBA game live without buying a ticket.
Oh, my gosh. I would love for that day to be sooner than later. Henderson. Milwaukee with the rebound. And now it's night running. You go all the way.
This is how you move the ball. Bridgman demonstrating what being unselfish is all about.
Boston trailing. Johnson outside. Pass to Henderson. Now here is Bird. Here's Scott. Kicks it out to Johnson. 2 on the clock. Launches it. The putback. It's hauled in by Lanier. Bucks have gone 6 of 10 from the floor here in the second quarter. And the slam dunk by Johnson.
Couldn't help but see his man there. Bridgman with the dump off.
Celtics trail by 3. Trying to find a way out of this rut, Mike.
Yeah, looking to regain some momentum offensively.
Pressey against Henderson. And Johnson now top of the key. 6 on the shot clock. Bird can't hit.
Boy, that's a squandered opportunity there.
One he'd like to have back for sure.
Back to Johnson. Shoots over Bird. And another basket for Milwaukee.
This is what Marcus Johnson does best. An outstanding scorer who knows how to get himself into a good rhythm.
Johnson with the bounce pass. From the wing. A nice shot by Bird. Bird's got 8 here in the quarter.
Boy, what a slick move that time. Made the defense look absolutely clueless.
Here's Johnson. Johnson. Scott pulls it in. Celtics trail by 3. The baseline J. Shot's good from Bird. Bird's got 16.
Good job shooting off the dribble that time by Bird. He loves to get those shots in rhythm.
Here's Bridgman. 20 points for him last game against New York.
Yeah, the defense really had a lot of difficulty guarding him. They kept putting him on the line. He really burned them from there.
Here's Lanier. The shot that time, not on target. Excellent D there from Parrish. Johnson finds Bird. Back to Johnson. Now Henderson. Johnson outside. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. For Milwaukee, they've gone 8 of 15 since we began the second quarter. Excellent shooting.
Boy, you've really got to put those away, especially against soft interior defense.
Now here's Bird. 16 points for him. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. Clark, this has been an absolute war here in the first half.
A battle royale, partner. Each team really trying to establish itself, and the lead just keeps going back and forth.
And the Bucks miss again.
And it's puzzling to me why he elected to fade away. He should have just gone right up with it. Bad miss.
Pass to Scott. The second effort. And it's Parrish getting it to go. He's got 12.
You know the coach loves to see that extra effort for the second chance opportunity. Well done.
Here's Pressey. He's got 7 to end the run. Johnson can't get it to go. Celtics leading by 3. Johnson outside. Pass to Bird. Up top, Henderson. Great play by Bird to set it up. Henderson's got his third basket of the night right there.
And Henderson's basketball IQ is impressive. Terrific at knowing when to go right up with the shot.
And here is Johnson to the paint. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Johnson kicks to Henderson. .112 left in the first half. Here's Johnson. Milwaukee with the rebound.
He just can't seem to get anything to go. He's in a bit of a rut.
He's got to simplify things on offense. Concentrate on getting quality looks and not settling for bad shots.
Here's Bridgman. He's got 6.
Some gritty play from Bridgman against stiff defense, winning him a trip to the line.
The Bucks shooting their second and third shots at the line right here.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
The first one falls.
It's clear that Junior Bridgman has an excellent work ethic. His approach to the game is very focused, and he rarely seems to give less than 100%.
The Celtics making a switch here. Drew's checked in. And so he makes both from the line. .50 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Kicks it out to Johnson. 5 to shoot. The Celtics need to get a shot off. Lets it fly. Drew misses. Bucks trail by 3. Archibald passes to Bridgman. It's good. Bridgman's got 10.
I like watching Bridgman capitalize down inside, making the defense pay.
And here's Henderson. He has 6. Scott with the screen on Moncrief. Henderson for 3. He got it to go! Oh, it drops!
How about that big-time bucket?
What a grand finale to the half. Great shot from distance to give his team the momentum right before the buzzer.
And so it's Larry Bird making things happen for Boston. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. We've got more in store for you right after this. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Without question, Larry Bird displaying his skills today.
They've leaned on him throughout the first half.
And he's rewarded that trust they have in him, putting up an impressive total.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Lister with a screen on Henderson. Pass to Lanier. The Bucks working the ball around. Here's Lister. The rebound by the Celtics. Scott's got 6 rebounds in the game. Johnson inside. Moncrief defending. Shot from free throw range. Johnson can't get it to go. Bucks trail by 4. Here's Archibald. Hasn't made one yet. And off the left side of the rim, and it swirls in for him. The Celtics shooting a meager 37% for the game. Henderson outside. Bird right side. Over Johnson. Shot's good from Bird. Bird's got 18 points in the game.
So adept at running the pick and roll. Bird doesn't force anything. Instead, he takes what the defense gives him.
Moncrief against Johnson. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
First personal foul.
It goes on Dennis Johnson. For Milwaukee, they have gone 3 for 3 at the line tonight.
Sidney Moncrief. 2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First one falls for him.
You know, what makes Moncrief so great, beyond the athleticism, consistency, smarts, toughness, two-way playability, is his amazing strength for a guard.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws.
Free throw shooting is a skill, and this guy absolutely has it.
Johnson outside. Just over a minute and a half have passed here in the third quarter. Clock at 4. Launches it from deep. With the clock winding down, and it's Parrish slamming it down.
The devastating throw down by Parrish. Man, does he know how to pack a punch.
Bucks trail by 4. Here's Archibald. Moncrief the pass to Lanier. Johnson with it. Scott against Lister. Here's Lanier. Rebound Boston. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. That'll be the last game of their very short 3-game road tour. Bird misses. The Bucks have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut down to just 2 points on the bucket from Johnson.
Johnson doing a nice job that time, leaking out in transition, making himself a prime target in these situations.
Now here's Henderson. He's got 9. It's Bird, top of the key. Looks for Parrish, gets it to him. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lanier's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Here's Moncrief. Can't tie it up as that one misses. And so Bird will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Outside, Scott. Back to Bird. Pass to Parrish. 3-pointer, Bird. The rebound by Lister. Lister's. Here's Moncrief.
Moncrief is so clever on offense.
Henderson outside. Pass to Bird. Johnson wide open. He fires. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
Watch out below. What a slam.
Timeout called, the Bucks. The Bucks trail. Now here.
Sure what happened there. Maybe he was too open or something. He really should have hit that one.
Here's Johnson. And it's Moncrief with the rebound.
Normally he makes those shots, but he's having an off night.
Here's Archibald. Scott pulls it in. Boston's gotten blank from three-point land so far in the third. Still 0 for 3. Henderson dishes to Johnson. Yep, that one goes in there. Johnson's got his second basket of the night.
Fantastic work inside from Johnson. Not bashful at attacking from the paint.
Coach, they're ice cold on the offensive end.
Well, something has to change.
Moncrief the pass to Johnson. Hits the jumper in space. Johnson's got 4 this quarter.
Just good fundamental play. If a guy is this open, you feed him.
Henderson, bounce pass. And it's Bird missing. Bucks have gone a somewhat subpar 4 of 10 on their shots in the second half so far. Archibald can't hit. The Celtics with the lead. Up top, Bird. Moncrief defending. Johnson, the pass to Parrish. From 15 feet away, basket is good. The assist from Johnson. Johnson's got 3 assists in the game. A tremendous team effort, Mike, offensively from them tonight.
Well, they've been unselfish, a ton of assists, plus lots of different scorers out there.
Things you all appreciate.
Deadly with the ball in his hands. Archibald nails the mid-ranger.
Henderson outside. Parrish kicks to Henderson. Bird outside. Clock at 6. Pass to Parrish. Over Lanier. That one off the back iron and out. For Milwaukee, they've gone 5 of 12 from the field since the third quarter got underway. Here's Archibald. Back to Johnson. Moncrief the pass to Lanier. For the tie. A second chance effort. Robert Parrish comes up with the rebound. Parrish has got his 20th rebound here tonight. Saw that coming. Henderson kicks to Bird. Shot left block. Here's Parrish. It's hauled in by Lanier. Lanier's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Here's Moncrief. Pulled the shot a little up, but the bounce goes his way. Moncrief's got the game tied up here for Milwaukee. And it's Henderson with the ball for Boston. Johnson outside. Henderson outside. Nice ball movement by Boston. Here's Parrish. Parrish missing again. If they score here, Mike, they are back in front.
And they've been waiting to retake this lead for a bit.
Lanier. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. And even 3-on-3 break. Here's Johnson. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
The defender that time a little out of position. Johnson smart enough to take advantage of it.
And he's got his first free throw of the game.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And that one falls for Johnson.
Hey, the respect Johnson's teammates have for him is obvious. They trust his decision-making and follow his lead.
Here's what Boston's going with right now. McHale comes in for Scott, and Wedman subbed in for Bird. So Johnson hits 2 of them. Now Chris. Nothing on the board. Pass to Bridgman. And now here's Chris. And Johnson pulls it down. Johnson's got his 4th rebound in this one. Tries from 16. Good. He hits the jump shot. Johnson's got 6 in the quarter.
Nice shot. DJ loves to go to work in that mid-range area.
Mike, they are desperate to find a basket.
They're having a really hard time out there.
You're right. Pass to McKeskey. Elbow shot is on the way. And good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
With how great Moncrief is defensively, any points Sidney gives you are a giant bonus.
Henderson passes to Parrish. And here is McHale. And rebounds again. And it's Parrish finishing it off.
Making his presence felt at the rim.
Bucks trail by 4. Here's Preston. 7 points in the game. Pass to Bridgman. And he drives in. That missed basket now makes him 4 of 8 from the field. Johnson outside. Henderson with it. Covered by Chris. Here's Parrish. Fades away and sinks the tough shot. Parrish has got 10 points here in the second half.
Boy, clearly embracing the game with his whole heart there. Love showing up for the team and just playing the game.
Here's Moncrief. Rebound Boston. Here's Wedman. Plays it up and in on the nice reverse. And it's an 8-point Boston lead.
Smooth reverse. He knew just what he was doing there.
There's 1:40 left in the third quarter. Here's Preston. Moncrief El Cid with it. And the shot goes in. Moncrief's got 10 points now just in this quarter.
Room to fire from mid-range, and he's more than capable of knocking that down.
Now a timeout called by Boston.
And with their offense sputtering, time to talk things over.
Yeah, they've got to get organized and make more of their opportunities.
Brewer's checked in for the Bucks. Knight comes in for Moncrief. Drew's checked in for Boston. Buckner comes in for Henderson. There's 1:17 left to play in the third. Pass to McHale. Shoots from the right block. Bank shot. No good. Bucks trail by 6. Chris in the post. Brewer with the screen for Chris. Here's Bridgman. Shot clock at 5. Parrish grabs the board. Here's Buckner. No scoring in this one. Pass to Parrish. To the wing on the left. Screen by Parrish. Buckner the pass to Parrish. That one drops for him. Parrish has got 12 now in this quarter.
Playing his part to perfection. Parrish sets a solid pick and then hustles to get himself a shot.
And here's Chris. 12 seconds left in the third quarter. Pass to Bridgman. Over McCabe. Off target on the 15-footer. And so it's the Boston Celtics holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. They're playing a bruising game inside, and it's working for them. We'll get you back to the action after this break. The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Here's Drew. Pass to Buckner. To the middle. McHale passes to Drew. 3 on the clock. With his first shot attempt. That's short off the rim. Bucks trail by 8. And now here's Chris. There's the pick. Pass to Brewer. Uncovered. Rebounded by the Celtics. From the high post, Bird with the bucket. Bird's got the lead up to 10 now for the Celtics.
Boy, the jump shot of Bird is so pure. He's got his mechanics down, textbook style.
Tried to bank it in, but he misses. The Celtics shooting just 39% from the field, struggling to find that net. Whistle blows, bucket is good, and he'll have a chance at the line to make it a 3-point play.
So much focus from Bird. A chance for a 3-point play now.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for Boston.
The way they've been chasing after their shots in this game is really admirable. Getting them lots of second-chance looks at the basket.
The shooting's been great, but also how about the energy level? That's what's impressed me the most. They've been getting it up and down in transition, and that takes effort.
Free throw good, Bird. Here's Jordan. I think they've got plenty of time to get back into this game.
Yeah, I'm sure they feel pressed, but this is when you have to stay calm and execute.
And they call an illegal screen here.
You got to make sure that you're stationary and set when you're going to set a screen. Any kind of movement typically will draw the whistle.
Yeah, he made things easy for the ref right there. Clear offensive foul on the pick.
Boston leading by 13. Final quarter of play, about a minute and a half off the clock into it. McHale with a screen on Jordan. Here's Buckner. Oh, and the jam by Bird.
And Bird is so intelligent at reading shot trajectories, which is why he's able to grab offensive rebounds.
Jordan looking it over. Spins. Pass to Bridgman. To stop the run. Buckner grabs the board. The Celtics have gone 3 of 5 here in the fourth quarter. Pretty good numbers coming out of the break. McHale left side. Here's Drew. Down low. Here's McHale. Rebounded by the Bucks. And over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Stolen by Bird. Carr in the post. He's against Jordan. 8 feet away. That shot missing. Bucks trail by 15. Here's Pressey. Up top, Jordan. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Knight. And the Bucks miss again. Boston leading by 15. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. From the corner, they get it again. McHale. And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
Relentless on the boards. McHale will outwork any opponent. You have to try to match his level of energy.
Jordan outside. Pass to Bridgman. Over Bird. No good off the front iron.
Well, that's another low percentage shot. He's been settling throughout this game for those kinds of shots.
Drew passes to Bird. Oh, that's blocked. Here's Bridgman. Knight on the wing. Over Carr. Finds the bottom of the bucket from 13 feet out. Here's Buckner. Pass to Carr. Here's Drew. Pressey defending. Drew misses.
Tell you what, that is a missed opportunity from mid-range for sure. With as little defense as was shown, should have made that one.
Here's Bridgman. Buckner grabs the board. Celtics leading by 15. "11 feet away. He hits the back iron and sinks the shot. Buckner's got his first 2 points of the night. Bucks shooting at 36% on the night. They've got to step it up offensively. Here's Pressey. Down to 5 on the shot clock. From 13, rebound Boston. Bird's got 7 rebounds in the game. Pass to Drew. Here's Buckner. Here's Drew. Shoots over Jordan. Bridgman with the rebound. Bridgman's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Knight finds Jordan. Here's Bridgman. And he wills that one in, sinking right through off the back iron.
You got to have a good basketball IQ to be effective. I love the decision to kick it out.
The Celtics call time.
You know, it's not just on the players to change things up. It's up to these coaches to make the right reads as well.
It's more than just encouraging or yelling at them when needed. There's a lot of strategy that goes into this game.
here for the Bucks. And a new group in for the Celtics. Parrish is checked in for McHale. Scott comes in for Carr. Dennis Johnson's checked in for Drew. And it's Henderson for Buckner. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Guys, during that last break, I listened to Casey Jones address his team. He told them pedal to the metal, adding, we're ahead out here, but it's not over yet. Don't start celebrating in your head when there's work to be done on the floor. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Now here's Henderson. On the wing, Bird. Looks for Parrish, gets it to him. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Bucks trail by 15. Here's Moncrief. No good with the wing jumper. And for the Celtics, they're shooting a pedestrian 36% in the fourth quarter. The offense not doing their best work of late.
That's a big man who knows his role. Grab boards.
Takes it inside. And he banks in the layup. Moncrief's got 12 points here in the second half.
You know, even though he's about 6'4", Moncrief is comfortable looking to do work inside. He's not afraid of it.
Henderson passes to Parrish. It's tipped. Second chance shot. Milwaukee with the rebound. Lister's got his 18th rebound here tonight. All over the place. Johnson left. Now Parrish. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot two here.
Second personal foul. Second team foul. Shooting for Boston, Robert Parrish. 2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Free throw good, Parrish.
You know, in so many ways, Robert Parrish is a big man's big guy. Dominant down in the paint, focuses on high percentage shots, runs the floor well, and does a good job rim protecting. This guy rebounds, too.
He hits both from the stripe. Bucks trail by 13. Here's Archibald. Pass to Johnson. Here's Archibald. Lister with a screen on Henderson. 5 on the clock. Archibald can't hit. And so Henderson will bring it up for Boston. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. On the wing, Bird. From about 19 feet. That misses off the backboard. Bucks shooting in the fourth quarter, not pretty, down around 29%. Archibald, and he converts the layup.
Although Archibald is just 6'1", he doesn't lack confidence attacking inside. Nice finish there.
Henderson outside. Pass to Bird. Puts it up from 15. That one goes in. Bird's got 9 points in the quarter.
I don't know what the heck the defense was thinking there. I mean, he's cast from this area of the floor, and they let him walk into it.
Yeah, you got to show more fight on defense. This isn't the guy you give room to shoot from the mid-range.
Now here's Johnson. Moncrief, the pass to Lanier. Over Parrish. Parrish grabs the board.
And people will say he shouldn't take that mid-range look, but he had the space and is capable of making it.
Pass to Henderson. Connects on the 17-footer.
The mid-ranger is so sweet, especially from Henderson.
Bucks trail by 15. The Bucks call time.
Boy, somebody needs to get these guys fired up so they attack the glass. They're not putting up much of a fight, and this led to way too many second-chance shots.
Boston on D. Pass to Moncrief. Bucks passing it around. Now, here's Johnson. Johnson draws it up over to the wing. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Archibald. He drains it as the shot clock ticks down.
Gets the defender to sell out on the pump fake, then flips it in.
Boston leading by 13. Henderson outside. 1:46 left to play in the final quarter. Just 5 on the clock. All sorts of time. Nice spin off the left rim and in. Henderson's got 4 points in the quarter.
With him, the scouting report says you've got to go over the screen.
Absolutely. He'll hurt you from deep. So you have to fight through those picks.
Here's Archibald. Johnson, the pass to Archibald. Rebound, Boston.
Boy, they certainly had their way with the opponent at both ends. A really solid night here for the Celtics.
Well, they definitely had the edge on the glass, Clark, pulling down those extra rebounds.
You know, Kevin, there was no way for us to predict that coming in. I mean, these teams are pretty evenly matched in that category, rebound.
And on the year, this will turn out to be win number 34 for them.
Some of the best court vision you've ever seen. Nate Tiny Archibald does it again.
Henderson outside. From 20 feet out. And they'll get another chance.
With that offensive rebound right there, they're likely to have the last possession.
Now, here's Parrish. He's guarded closely. Back to Henderson. Pass to Parrish. Knocked away. And so it looks like the Celtics will retain possession here.
Substitution on the court.
"19 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Knocked loose and out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. You gotta love strong defense, especially when it comes in the form of harsh rejections. Wow.
Boy, and that'll give them a nice injection. Nothing like a rejection to get a team fired up.
Jordan outside. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. Clark, what a fantastic performance on the road.
Yeah, you certainly savor these types of wins. Never easy winning on the road.
And that about wraps it up for Mike Fritz. Welcome, everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K Sports. And tonight, we'll see the Kansas City Kings as they go up against the Boston Celtics. Alongside Clark Kellogg and Mike Fratello, I'm Kevin Harlan. Our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. We should have a crowd pleaser tonight, Clark. These teams each play at a very high pace.
Yeah, we know both of these teams want to get up and down. Non-stop transition basketball, a bunch of points on the break. But the deciding factor very well could be who can keep the other team out of transition.
Now here's Johnson. Great open look there. Johnson's got the opening bucket of the night here for the Kings.
Well, Johnson has his feet ready now. He's shot prepared. All he needs is the ball.
Henderson dishes to Walton. Bird outside. Screen by Parrish. 4 on the shot clock. Henderson finds Bird. Rebounded by Kansas City. And guys, this is the first they're seeing of Boston.
You know, I always enjoy and look forward to these games. We don't get a lot of them.
Only 2 per year, so we don't see these individual matchups too often.
Now here's Henderson. Oh, and he plucks it off the glass. Wow. On the wing, Johnson. And the layup is good.
Great work inside from Johnson. Outstanding at keeping his composure under pressure.
Henderson outside. Pass to Parrish. Thompson with the rebound. The Kings have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Driving in. Boosie, the pass to Woodson. Not going to go that time. Great D that time from Walton. Bird outside. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
With all of his moves and counter moves, Bird gets to the line a lot.
It's his first trip to the line.
Larry Bird, 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
Throw good, Bird.
And looking at Bird, one of the most dangerous scorers in the league, capable of filling it up on all 3 levels.
So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. Here's the break. Here's Johnson. Goes to the reverse layup and claps it in. Johnson's got 6.
Gliding up the floor. Johnson moves so well and outworks the defense in transition.
Here's Bird. 2 points. That one goes.
He does not lack for confidence, and he shouldn't. I mean, this guy's a dangerous scorer.
Here's Boosie. He's averaging a bit over 5 points a game. Tries the spin move. Here's Woodson. Rebound, Boston. Bird right side. Boosie with the rebound.
He'd like that one back. That's normally a shot he makes.
Thompson up top. Johnson right side. Shot from the wing. Rebound by the Celtics. Walton's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Haynes dishes to Bird. Here's Parrish, and it's Parrish with the jam.
Parrish cleaning it up for his team, using his length to protect the play and get them the basket.
For Kansas City, they've gone 3 of 7 from the field since we've gotten underway. Boosie, the pass to Thompson. Now, here's Johnson. Here's Boosie. Here's Woodson. And he can't bank that one in. Henderson outside. Pass to Ainge. Parrish with it. He's guarded by Maxwell. The jump hook. The shot's good from Parrish. Parrish has got his second bucket of the game to go.
Tell you what, with his size and soft touch, Parrish is a very reliable option on the inside.
Johnson outside. Here's Maxwell. He has yet to score. Gets the 14-footer to fall.
He saw his opportunity and went right into attack mode. He'll take those mid-range openings whenever they're presented.
And to see him doing it at the start of the game is very encouraging for his team.
Now here's Parrish. They trail by 1. Pass to Ainge. Bird against Johnson. Shot from 16. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Fires from the wing. And that one's good. Woodson.
This is how you share the rock. Boosie, such an unselfish player.
Celtics trail by 3. Henderson looking it over. They get a hand on it. Here's Boosie to the inside. Johnson. That's good, and it's his 4th basket of the game. He's a strong 4 for 6.
This is how you finish inside. Johnson taking advantage of finding the angles.
Henderson outside. All alone. And it's good off the back rim and in. Last game for the Celtics, they pick up the win against Milwaukee.
They were composed and unfazed by the hostile environment. It may have been a motivator for them.
They were outstanding offensively. And to have that kind of performance on the road makes it even more impressive.
Now, here is Bird. He had a 27-point outing in their last game against Milwaukee. And it goes down 2 points.
Look, it's not easy to intimidate Parrish inside. I don't care how physical you get with him. He maintains his cool.
Here's Boosie. Robert Parrish making his last shot. High post Johnson. Thompson, a screen on Ainge. And it's Woodson missing. And here's Henderson. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. They trail by 1. Pass to Parrish. And Thompson sends it back. And now here's Johnson, the fast break chance. Great D that time from Bird.
He'll normally convert on that finish. The defense got lucky.
Henderson kicks to Ainge. Now Bird. Here's Parrish. Parrish missing again. For Kansas City, they've gone 6 of 14 shooting the ball since the start of the game. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
Nice setup that time for Cedric Maxwell. Cornbread going up top for the throwdown.
Now here's Henderson. He had 13 points in the win against Milwaukee. Bird outside. Here's Ainge. Good. And it's Bird picking up the assist.
Boy, pretty good balance that time for Maine. Sometimes it seems like he's kind of preferring to finish through contact.
Timeout called by the Kings. Evans checked in for Larry Bird. Here's Boosie, still without a basket. Thompson, a screen on Henderson. Here's Boosie. Rebounded by the Celtics. Walton's got 7 rebounds in the game. Henderson outside. Pass to Ainge. Walton up top. Henderson outside. 5 to shoot. Walton inside. A miss that time. Would have put him up. Kings have gotten 7 of their first 16 field goal attempts to go down here in the first. And the basket by Boosie.
Nice touch inside from Boosie. He's not a big guy, but comfortable scoring in there amongst the trees.
Here's Wedman. Tries from 10. Tries again. And it's Parrish getting it to go. Parrish has got 8 points.
That kind of energy and hustle on the glass usually produces good results.
Here's Boosie. Thompson, high post. Here's Johnson. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. 10 points.
Watching Johnson utilize this area of the floor because he's very effective from there.
Here's Wedman. He's guarded by Maxwell. Henderson dishes to Ainge. Parrish with the screen on Johnson. Here's Ainge. The Celtics need to get a shot off. Wedman with nobody on him. He buries the jumper.
So good at using his height to scan the floor. Parrish capable of finding open teammates this way.
Here's Boosie. Pass to Maxwell. And it's rebounded by Bill Walton. Walton's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. Some teams are rolling, have had their ups and downs to the season so far, Clark. And I'm assuming some of these teams having a reality check at this point, right?
I would agree with that, Kevin. I mean, coaches and executives are always thinking about their roster and looking to improve, and sometimes that requires changing things up. If your team is playing well, you're thinking about how do we make the team better. If you're not doing so well, you may be wondering how do we make the team better. So there's always that keeping an eye on how can we become better teams.
Looking at who's out there now for the Celtics. Kevin McHale, he checked in for Walton. Carr comes in for Ainge. And Buckner subbed in for Henderson. That one drops. He ties it up.
Every team wants a Robert Parrish, an intimidating figure inside. He controls the painted area.
So the Kings call timeout. They're first. And so Kansas City now.
Their defense was really platinum level. They didn't give up anything easy in that game.
And credit the coaching staff for getting their guys to work hard on that end. Just an outstanding effort.
The defense getting hung up on the pick there. They've got to get over it.
And every time they don't, they're just allowing the shooter to find the jumper.
Buckner the pass to Wedman. He's looking for McHale and finds him. They swipe it. Maxwell against Carr. Lets it go from the wing. Neely can't get it to go.
That's normally one of his spots. It was a quality look. Shame to see it go to waste.
Redmond the pass to Buckner. Here is Carr. Celtics passing it around. Pass to Buckner. Up top Carr. 4 on the clock. Here's Parrish. Takes it off the glass. Parrish has got it all tied up now for the Celtics.
I love that possession. Get the ball close to the hoop. A winning play.
Outside Warren. Here's Maxwell. He has 6 to the inside. Rebound Parrish. After having trailed for a while, they could retake the lead.
Really nice effort to battle back and put themselves in this position.
Redmond the pass to McHale. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Inside McHale is well positioned to just go to work. Finds his shot and takes it.
Warren the pass to Neely. Here's Maxwell. Looking at his numbers, he averages a bit over 9 points a game.
And the defense was ready for that. They know he's a threat at the rim and swarmed him on that layup.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Pass to Buckner. Carr with the ball. It's McHale, top of the key. Now Parrish. And no good. Trying to use the glass. Here's Maxwell. Shoots over Parrish. A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Celtics lead by 2. And back with the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Great play down low. You expect the D to adjust, collapse. That should open up things on the perimeter later in the game.
Cultivating a lot of assists right now, which is beautiful to see. Love the way they're working that ball around.
And here, following the shot by Kevin McHale. Goes up again. Nice D from McHale. The Celtics with the lead. Bird passes to Carr with a screen on Warren. Here's Buckner. No scoring in this one. Again, the miss by the Kings. And for the Celtics, they're shooting 43% from the field. Warren on the wing. 9 points last game out. Here's Woodson. Pass to Warren. Here's Neely. Here's Greavy. And it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way. And we're now about a minute and a half into the second quarter. Pass to McHale. Goes back up. And Oberding pulls it down. For Kansas City, they've gone 0-3 and are still looking for that first bucket here in the second quarter. The score now all even. Woodson's got the opening basket here in the second quarter for the Kings. And the Celtics with possession here. No points yet here in the second quarter for them. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. Shot's good from Bird.
He just makes scoring look so easy. Bird is especially dangerous from the mid-range area.
Right side Warren. Here's Woodson. And that one's on target from the wing. Woodson's got the game tied up here for the Kings. For Boston, they've gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. Pass to Bird. Here's Buckner. He's covered by Warren. Good work there as it goes. Buckner's got the lead up to 2 now for Boston. Timeout called by the Kings.
The Kings with the timeout.
And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Right side Warren. Pass to Woodson. Some nice ball movement here by the Kings. 6 to shoot from the wing. Rebounded by McHale. The Celtics have gone 2 of 6 from the field in the second quarter so far. Here's Buckner. Redmond the pass to Bird. Tried to bank it in, but he misses.
Really tough to see a quality look like that go to waste. Just couldn't quite finish the job.
Just a tough break, especially because opportunities that good don't often come along.
Now here's Bird. He's got 5. Pass to Buckner. Here's Wedman. Carr the pass to McHale. He can't get that one. And it's Kansas City's ball. Their defense has only allowed 4 points in the quarter. And he makes that one. Woodson's got 6 points in the quarter.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Celtics shooting 41% for the game. Pass to Carr. On the wing, Bird. Second shot opportunity. Rebounded by Kansas City. Oberding's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Greavy. Nothing on the board. Warren the pass to Oberding. Wide open. Shot's good by Greavy. And the Kings lead by 2.
What anticipation to get rid of it quickly. Saw the D closing in and let it fly.
Pass to Carr. Here's Wedman. And here's Bird. Looking to end his cold spell. Pulls up on the wing. That one goes. Count it. Bird's got it all tied up now for the Celtics.
Just straight tricking the defender with the shot fake. This is how it's done.
Timeout called by the Kings. changes here. He's checked in for Neal. And it's Johnson in for Woodson. And then for Boston. And Henderson subbed in for Carr. For Kansas City, they've gotten a little under 50% of their second quarter shots to find the mark. 4 of 9 all told. Thompson up top. Here's Greavy. That's in, coming off the assist from Johnson. Greavy's got his second bucket of the night.
15 to 18 feet. Most guys in this league are comfortable shooting from there.
It's Henderson on the wing. It's Bird, top of the key. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. And you look at where the NBA is headed. Fan interest seems to be on the rise.
And you know, Kevin, I think one of the major catalysts for that increased fandom is the rivalry that Larry Bird and Magic Johnson had in college. And then they brought that same rivalry to the NBA. Each player on opposite coasts with storied franchises in the league's history. And you factor in addition to those two guys and the Lakers and Celtics, how about the bright new talents on the horizon? Things are certainly trending up for the NBA.
Some changes for Boston. Robert Parrish has checked in for McHale. And Danny Ainge has subbed in for Buckner. Bird hits them both. And it's Warren with the ball for Kansas City. And that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for him. Johnson up top, shoots. The rebound by Walton. Walton's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. Here's Ainge. Great play by Bird to set it up. Bird's got 3 assists in the game.
A hard-nosed competitor. Ainge is not afraid to mix it up on the interior.
Now, here's Warren. He's averaging just around 8.5 points a game. Pass to Greavy. Will not go. This is off the front iron. The Celtics with the lead. Ainge, the pass to Henderson. Over Warren, trying to get open as Bird. Henderson, no good. The Kings have gone 5 of 12 from the field here in the second. Greavy, he trains the quick shot. Greavy's got the game tied up here for Kansas City.
Love the energy on his drive. The defense didn't expect that coming from him.
Ainge, the pass to Parrish. Henderson outside. Here's Bird. And that one off the back of the rim and in. Bird's got the lead. Back up to 2 now for Boston. For Kansas City, they've gone 6 of 13 so far from the field here in the second quarter. Warren, the pass to Thompson. On the wing, Johnson. Bird covering. Shot clock at 5. Well, the Celtics shooting 36% in the second quarter. They really haven't found their rhythm yet offensively here. Pass to Ainge. Goes up on the high post. And that one comes up a bit short.
That's not a bad look. He missed that chance, but he'll get them to fall if he gets space like that.
Here's Greavy. Looks good, is good. Bucket number 4 from the field. He's taken only 6 shots.
You know, that part of the floor, guys, is more or less his real sweet spot, right in his wheelhouse.
Walton a screen on Warren. Pass to Ainge. High post try. It's hauled in by the Kings.
Defense backing off there, knowing the mid-ranger is a low percentage.
Johnson surveying the floor. Outside Warren. Back to Johnson. Lets the three fly. It falls through, making him 6 for 11 in the game.
I think Johnson is asserting himself nicely so far, and the stroke on his shot has looked really good.
Offensively, Clark, things have sort of fallen apart for him.
And they need to recover as soon as...
Henderson right side. Pass to Walton. Ainge kicks to Henderson. Shoots over Warren. Boston again missing. Kansas City leading by 3. Johnson in the corner. Good ball movement here by the Kings. The screen from Thompson. Here's Greedy. Rebound Boston. Bird's got his 5th rebound in this one. Down low. And there's Walton. That's good on the assist by Bird. Bird's got his 4th assist in this one.
The defense is at Walton's mercy inside, able to score in a multitude of ways down there.
Now, here's Warren. Thompson, high post. Johnson left side. And misses it off the right side of the rim. Henderson against Warren.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
A floater. Stolen by Bird. And here we go. Fast break, and Bird's got it.
Boy, that's a nice effort from Larry Bird, snatching the ball and running the entire floor, rack to rack for the big bucket.
Left side, Warren. At the top of the key, Thompson. 1:31 left in the second quarter. Greavy passes to Oberding. The shot, no good. Great D that time from Walton. Henderson finds Bird. Here's Parrish. No luck, they battled on the glass, but couldn't knock it down. And it's Warren with the ball for Kansas City. Here's Johnson. Basket made. That gives him 7 field goals in 13 tries. Neither side willing to relent.
And, you know, that's led to 8 lead changes, Kevin, and a bunch of drama already. More in store, I'm sure.
Now a timeout called by Boston. Teams deciding to change it up. Austin with the ball. They trail by 1. Ainge kicks to Henderson. Shot clock at 6. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got rebound number 11 for him here tonight. Johnson, the pass to Maxwell. Goes back up, and he sinks the layup. And now it's a 3-point Kings lead.
Great footwork and power from Maxwell on the low block.
2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Now, here is Ainge. Teardrop shot, and that one, good. Ainge has got his 3rd basket of the night. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. The Kings on top. They're up by 1. And we'll be back right after halftime to get the 3rd quarter underway. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Boston trailing. Henderson outside. Pass to Parrish. Over Thompson. Rebound by the Kings. Thompson's got 12 rebounds here tonight. Big time effort. Johnson down low. Bird's there. Johnson's shot is off. Celtics shooting not great. 40% for the game. No good from Bird. The Kings shooting for the game at 42%.
Sacrificing his body, putting it on the line right there.
That takes tremendous grit. Taking charges, not for the faint of heart.
And Boston has possession. It's a one-point game. Henderson passes to Parrish. Walton inside. He's guarded by Maxwell. And Walton throws it down.
That is one of the many things you get from Walton. He's a relentless rebounder.
Johnson outside. Thompson, a screen on Walton. Here's Maxwell. Shot is good off the back rim and in. Maxwell's got 10 points.
Just pulled up right over him. Saw the spot and executed.
Pass to Ainge. Now here's Walton. He's guarded by Maxwell. Misses the fadeaway inside. Here's Boosie. Henderson defending. Boosie, the pass to Thompson. And the shot is good. Thompson's got his first points of the game.
Great pass by him right there. This is the kind of unselfish attitude you love to see.
Screen by Parrish. Here's Henderson. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up.
Henderson not one to back away from contact. As a matter of fact, he invites it.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the night right now.
At the line for 2.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one.
As you'd expect, Henderson very solid from the line.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. For Kansas City, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. Thompson up top. Johnson left side. All sorts of time. The rebound by Walton. Celtics have gone only 1 of 5 from the field since halftime. Very slow start offensively. Henderson kicks to Ainge. Six to shoot. For 3. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's. I know, Mike, you love how guys are making plays for one another, and we've seen it all game long.
Yeah, a real balanced attack. Total team effort.
Now, here's Johnson. 15 points in the game. And good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
Maxwell understands when he needs to assert himself on offense. He knows when he needs to look at that mid-range jumper. Henderson
passes to Ainge. Back to Henderson. Nice ball movement by Boston. Bird against Johnson. Out that one, and the Kings' lead has been cut down to just 1 on the bucket from Bird.
Oh, the finesse. Bird showing off the handles here.
Time called here. The Kings decide to talk it over.
I think the coach wants to fine-tune his lineup right here, looking for that magic combination, that ideal combination to be able to take advantage of this opposition.
And he needs to let some of these guys catch their breath. Everyone is playing hard out there.
Here's Boosie. Henderson defending. Boosie, the pass to Thompson. Johnson outside. Just 5 to shoot. The rebound by Walton. Walton's got rebound number 13 with that last one. Henderson dishes to Bird. For the lead. And the basket by Walton. Walton's got 4 points in the quarter.
Some contact just isn't enough against Walton. You got to do more to shut down a gifted interior scorer like him.
Here's Boosie. Pass to Maxwell. And Walton sends it back.
Clearly moving into the contact there. He wasn't planted or set.
Yeah, pretty obvious from where I'm sitting that the right call was made.
Maxwell against Henderson.
They're at the limit already. That to me is just lazy defense.
Third team foul.
Pass to Ainge. Screen by Parrish. From 13, and there are the Celtics with another basket.
We've seen Ainge knock down trays, so the mid-range jumper, it's there if Danny wants it.
Here's Boosie. Thompson, a screen on Ainge. Another shot. Thompson passes to Johnson. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Henderson outside. On the wing, Bird. Six on the shot clock. No good from 18. For Kansas City, they've gone a somewhat subpar 4 of 10 on their shots in the second half so far.
Excellent work, contesting the shot and then positioned perfectly to go after the rebound.
Henderson outside. The wing jumper off target. The Kings shooting is leaving something to be desired. Just 36% here in the third quarter. Back to Johnson. Thompson, a screen on Paris. Maxwell, the pass to Thompson. Johnson outside. Here's Thompson, and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's on Larry Bird. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Celtics.
They fed the post all game long, and it's really paid off. Dominating attack from that part of the floor in this one.
Another thing they did well was feed the ball into the paint. They really utilized their size in there tonight.
Ties it up, and this next one lead. So both teams making some changes here. No good on the second free throw.
They should be in front right now, but he'll be relieved not to have come up totally empty there.
Here's Walton. It's hauled in by the Kings. Now Warren pass to Woodson for the lead. Overton's shot is off. And here's Henderson. Here's Buckner. It's Bird, top of the key. Nice ball movement by Boston. Walton with the ball. He's got 6. And Bird gets it to go on the assist by Walton. Here's Thompson. Right side Warren. Thompson passes to Woodson. Shoots over Henderson. Again, the miss by the Kings. The Celtics with the lead. Here's Buckner. Pass to Henderson. Here's Buckner. And here's Bird. He's guarded by Maxwell.
So difficult to guard without overcommitting. Bird recognizes how to get the whistle.
Team foul.
This is his third trip to the free throw line.
Larry Bird. 2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Throw good. Bird. Bird hits them both.
He's as solid as it gets from the line. I mean, give him the opportunity. He's cashing in on those.
Warren on the wing. Pass to Oberding. Thompson, a screen on Bird. Here's Maxwell. That's in. He's 7 for 12 now in the game.
Well, if you want the mid-range, it's normally there.
Celtics shooting a troubling 38% in the third. Not the finest work of this offense. Bird looking it over. Walton, a screen on Maxwell. Bird, the pass to Parrish. That one drops for him. Parrish has got the lead up to 4 now for the Celtics.
You know, I think they've got to show a little more anticipation dealing with these screens, because right now they're just laying on them and getting stuck.
Look, you have to go over the top or duck under. Right now, they're seemingly trying to go through the screen.
Maxwell against Bird. Pass to Oberding. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Maxwell. And again with the rebound. They grabbed their own miss. Outside Warren. Here's Greavy. Tries yet again, and he gets the jumper to drop. Greavy's got 10. And so it's Boston with it. The lead is 2. So the Celtics call timeout. They're first.
You know, he recognized his players were fatigued and needed to catch their breath. Those guys were cooked out there.
Neely's checked in for Kansas City. And then for Boston. McHale comes in for Walton. And Wedman subbed in for Bird. Here's Buckner. Just 4 to shoot. Redmond the pass to Parrish. Tries again, and that's 2 points on the layup. Parrish has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Playing like a man possessed. You can't match his energy, then just get out of the way.
Yeah, you saw by the putback, completely locked in. They're getting the full contribution from him tonight.
Left side, Warren. Over Buckner. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Warren. For Boston, they've gone 7 for 16 in the second half from the field, shooting a bit under 50%. McHale inside. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good. McHale's got his second bucket of the night. And it's Warren with the ball for the Kansas City Kings. Pass to Neely. Here's Greavy. 1:53 left here in the third quarter. And Boston with the rebound. Here's Henderson. Here's Buckner. He's covered by Warren. Buckner, no good. Kansas City trails by 4. Warren the pass to Maxwell. Here's Greavy. Rebound Boston. Wedman's got 4 rebounds in this game. Henderson dishes to Parrish. And it's Parrish finishing it off.
Inexcusable letting Parrish get this kind of positioning if you're the defense. You deserve to get dunked on.
They need to find a high percentage shot, Clark, to regain some of that confidence.
I think they've gone too long without seeing one go down, and that begins to mess with your psyche.
Now, here's Warren. Pass to Greavy.
We're going to unmute the mic and provide some color commentary.
Pocket 6.
I just realized that I can provide some damn good color commentary. Peak 80s Larry Bird, there was basically nothing else. You understand what I'm saying? Like, peak 70s, I mean. Like, mid-70s Larry Bird, but mid-80s Larry still fucking dominated. I just realized we're about to, like, if Larry Bird, he's an untouchable. He's the untouchable on our team. So, like, if Larry retires, we're letting his contract run. And we'll crash our whole fucking team for Larry Bird.
16 seconds left.
I just want to say that. We will blow it all away for Larry Bird.
To the middle. 9 feet out. Count that one.
Sorry.
His third bucket of the night.
I just realized this commentary was missing some personality. Because it doesn't have Clark. It doesn't have. What's his name? What's his name? White.
Inside, and that's where they've gotten their best production tonight.
What's his name? TNT. Who's the TNT commentary crew? Shaq, Charles Barkley, and I want to say TNT.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter.
Ernie Johnson. How am I blanking on Ernie Johnson? He's the GOAT. He's the fucking GOAT. This commentary's missing Ernie. If Ernie was here, he'd be like, you know, Ernie Johnson has the N-word pass.
Kansas City trails by 4. Warren inside. Some solid defense there from McHale.
Needs to be more aggressive. That kind of a soft.
Needs to be more aggressive. What the fuck do you know? Who are you? Who are you? Literally, who are you? That's not a joke. Who are you? I know Clark Kellogg because I faced him like several times and he's fucking goated, honestly. Like, dude is in the Hall of Fame, I'm pretty sure.
Oberding's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Greavy passes to Neely. Up top, Warren. Nice ball movement by Kansas City. Here's Greavy. Fade away. And it's Bird with the rebound.
Come on, Larry. Let's go, Larry. Larry down the court. Larry down the court. Passes the Buckner. The car. Back to Bird. He shoots. Misses.
And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by McHale.
Come on, Larry. You can't be doing shit like that.
And we've made our way through just over a minute and a half in this fourth quarter.
A minute and a half left in the fourth.
Now, Kaminsky. Pass to Greavy. Top of the key, Warren.
I'm the good little medicated. You can hear me call for fuck.
Here's the 3. Greavy's shot is off. Celtics leading by 4. Another pass to Carr. And he buries that one, drilling the rim on the way down.
Nice focus from Carr. Ready when he caught it.
Oh, when I'm on the mic, I don't call. Funny.
Pass to Oberding. Plays it up and banks it in.
Weirdo.
Points they needed right there. You like the fact that he took it right to the rim.
High percentage.
Normally I call fucking lunch.
In this game.
Buckner the pass to Wedman. To the paint. Beard inside.
Come on, Larry.
Misses the baby hook. Kansas
Come
City
on,
trails by
Larry.
4. Mike, they are
I
desperate to
believe.
find a basket.
They're having a
I
really hard
believe
time.
in Joe Hendry.
And so it looks like the Kings will retain possession here. Gerald Henderson has checked in for the Celtics.
Number 12, Gerald Henderson.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Right side Warren. Going inside. And the rebound goes to McHale. McHale's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's Buckner. It's tipped. And the Kings
Say his
pushing it
name
now.
and he appears.
Shots good by Greavy.
This is what they need to do. I mean, don't let the game slow down. Keep it fast. Attack the defense in transition.
Yeah, they've had less success when they allow the defense to get set. That's why they keep pushing.
Now, here is Bird. The 19-foot shot. And it comes off the front of the rim.
This is what happens to streaky shooters. He couldn't miss in the first half, and now he
Say
can't find
his
it.
name and he appears.
For Boston, they've gone just 1 of 6 in the field to start the fourth quarter.
I
A bit of a slowdown
believe
for them
in
right
Joe
now. Here
Hendry.
he goes. Buckner. Rebound by the Kings.
In London, in Paris, in Tokyo, America,
Here's
Scotland,
Greavy.
in Canada, in Mexico.
Pass to Warren. Kaminsky with the ball. 6 to
I
shoot.
believe too much in Joe Hendry. And he appeared in my dreams and he said, slack off, Dennis.
Can't hit the free throw
And I
line,
said,
so-
Bob?
You know, you'd like to see a little more effort there defensively, but maybe they wanted him to take that shot, baited him into it.
Kings have got
Then I woke up
their 9 field goal attempts to go down
in the frog
since the end
pipe.
of the third. Pretty
They
close
were
down
sitting
the
there,
stretch.
glowing
Kaminsky.
in
That
harmony.
doesn't go on the chance to tie.
Buckner,
The Celtics
Buckner,
with the lead.
Buckner, Buckner, pass to Buckner.
Here's Wedman.
Or
And
not.
2 free throws coming up.
Foul.
Unable to get that one to go.
Whatever.
Without the contest.
That was an easy call.
Whatever.
On that shot.
Refs will call that one 10
Whatever.
out of 10 times.
Scott Redmond. 2 shots.
Up the lead a little, come on. You got this, Wedman. Put them to Bedman.
Shooting 2. And that
You're
one misses.
pathetic.
Hard workers are an invaluable part of any team. And that's definitely something he brings to the table. He
Yeah,
really
sure,
hustles
bud.
out there.
He hits the
That's what you
second from
say
the
when you
line.
don't make a shot. It's like, yeah, he hustles. He hustles
Here's
so
Boosie.
hard. That's some Ernie Johnson commentary.
Pass to Neely. Here's Maxwell.
How do I know? He and EJ.
Thompson inside. McHale's there.
Oh, come the fuck on.
That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe.
That's good.
Look at that work rate. Given the second effort to get the score off the miss.
And Kansas City making a change here. Woodson's checked in.
Say
Parrish
his
is checked in for
name
Boston.
and he
Walton comes in for
appears.
Wedman.
Find the lanes. Find the lanes. One shot.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe
And
Hendry.
it's tied up with that one. Here's Buck.
I believe.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Tries it from 19.
Bruh.
And dead on that time. Beautiful shot. Bird's got 21 in the game.
Such intelligence from Bird. Excellent job cutting up defenses and screen and rolls.
Boosie, the pass to Maxwell.
Name and he appears. I believe in Joe
And that'll be 2 free
Hendry.
throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. Robert Parrish picks one up there.
Really taking it to them.
Cause of the
inside
women's
the
run.
paint.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They're saying, I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Larry Bird. Wave your hands from side to side and say, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry, it's such a big just wave your hands from side to side and say, I believe in Joe Hendry. And Joe Hendry, it's such a big just
in the game, and we may have an injury.
It's the only song I can play, boys. So unless you want to hear Joe Hendry 70 times, we're done with music.
Injuries are just so tough. I hope he's going to be okay.
Ha ha ha
Number 53, Mark Overton.
Who?
Here's
Bussy. Bussy.
Right wing. Woodson passes to Johnson.
Larry was always talking trash.
6 on the shot clock. Pass to Woodson. The
But then he would shoot like a mid-range. He'd have like a 30-point game.
Again, the miss by the Kings. Celtics shooting in this fourth quarter pretty dire at 27%.
He's the GOAT. He'd be like, yo, I fucking dominate you in the court, and I dominate you with my mouth. That's what she said.
Back to Bird, shoots from the corner, and he nails that one right through the net. Now it's a 4-point Celtic lead.
Look at Bird, showing off the catch and shoot ability.
Oh, yeah. God, I hate mid-2000s humor. I'm so glad that joke died. I heard somebody say that the other day, and it's like, I died of cringe. I died of cringe. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. I died. I died. It's like an Office bit now. It's like unless you reference in The Office, man, I don't want to hear that's a she said joke. Unless you reference in Michael Scott. That's what she said.
When to give it away to a guy with a better angle.
Pass to Woodson. Now Johnson. Bird cover. Here's Woodson. Shoots over Henderson. And it's Woodson missing.
Met her in Miami, hopped into the server.
No question, they're in a nice rhythm offensively.
Kansas City trails by 6. Coach, a tough stretch for this offense.
Hello.
I'd say they need to get back to what they do best.
Hi.
That's a question mark.
A big question mark. Here's Henderson. Following the score by Kansas City, the Celtics call time.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I'm just an asexual lad, bruh. People associate me with some degenerate fucks. And it's like, nah, I'm just a lad chilling.
Also with the sub, Danny Ainge has checked in for Buckner. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Guys, during that last break, I listened to Casey Jones address his team. Now, his perspective was...
Wave your hands from side to side and say...
Back to you guys.
All right, David, thanks.
We should have our own...
Here's Parrish.
We do have our own pride. Who am I kidding? But like, honestly, because we're asexual, right? We're not a part of the broader. Like, I don't know. There should be some discourse.
Up again, great positioning on the putback. Parrish has got the lead up to 6 now for the Celtics.
We are a part of it. I agree. You know, solidarity and community be good.
Here's Maxwell.
There is solace in community.
Here's Woodson.
However,
the 17-footer goes down.
Boy, in this stage of the game, that's exactly
I don't know, lads.
Yeah, showing them a little disrespect there. And he was accept the challenge.
Now here's Henderson.
I ain't a full cell. That's all I'm saying. I am not a full cell. I don't. If I wanted to, I could. And you know, like I have been in relationships before. I just choose not to.
His teammates look for him.
I don't know. It's like a vibe.
And it's time for an injury report.
Well, guys,
One day I might again. I don't fucking know. I might, if I find someone that's like pretty fucking cool and chill and you know, whatever.
He's definitely out for this game, and they said there's a chance.
I don't fucking care. I'm young. I gotta settle my life first before I think about that shit. Right?
For sure. The injury changes their rotation.
I just want a game and, you know, pay my college debt off.
Really tough to replace his contribution.
You know, that's my priorities. Right now I want to get my drains fixed first. I have some real priorities. Which we got our sink and shit undrained. You know, they're working now, but now our pipe burst, so now we gotta get that fixed tomorrow. But it will all be solved. Yo, yo, yo! How's it going?
Bird outside.
How it going, Travis?
Goes up on the wing. That doesn't go either for Bird. And Kansas City shooting 42% in this.
Did you check out my new video?
See the pass to Maxwell. To
Well,
the
my
inside.
2 new videos.
Neely.
Nice.
No good. That would have tied it. Bird kicks to Ames.
I think I popped off. I hope it doesn't get fucking. I hope I don't get in trouble for it because I talk about drugs. I hope I don't get in trouble.
Getting it done inside.
I hope I don't.
like watching guards like Henderson find
I
ways
really
to
don't.
score down low.
I hope it'll be fine.
And here is Johnson. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Johnson's got 21 in the game.
He's got nerves of steel. Johnson is a count on late in games.
I do think self-medication is like the ultimate cope of an addict. Like, as for my, just from my personal experience.
Yes, he coolly got that
Yeah.
under pressure.
Timeout, Kings.
You should watch that one and let me know what you think. You should watch that one and let me know what you think. I kind of pop off. I'll give you to the time of this timeout. No, I'm kidding. Nice. I'll be here. Dude, this music. I ain't skipping this. This is awesome. Imagine being a commentator in the 80s and just hearing, like, Eye of the Tiger playing. That's probably what actually played. Or Renegade by Styx or something, you know, something cool. Oh, God. Serious, or like Eye in the Sky by the Alan Parsons Project is a fine example. That was the Chicago Bulls walkout music. Oh my God, it's iconic. All right, put us back in the game. Let's get with it. Ernie! Where's scores Ernie Johnson?
Timeout, King.
Timeout? Another one? Pussies. They just can't handle the heat. of Larry Bird. Larry don't even need to do anything. He's just that good.
Here's Woodson. Ainge covering. Boosie, the pass to Woodson.
Boosie.
To the middle. Here's Oberding. Robert Parrish comes up with the rebound. And he commits the
Fuck you.
foul.
That's exactly what that coach is thinking. Fuck you. You really gonna do that right now? You gonna foul him out at the end of the quarter? Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you.
So they foul intentionally.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy this L. Take the L, Kansas City. This is why you're now Sacramento. Take the L. Yep.
The first one, and that puts them up by 5.
Yep. Good fucking luck. And 6.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line. And it's a 6-point ball game.
These guys have been lights out from the charity stripe, protecting their lead.
Timeout, Kings.
Yeah, you enjoy that timeout. You enjoy that 50 seconds. I hope you savor it. This will be the last 50 seconds you ever see on this court, motherfucker. We hit that Kansas City pack today, that Kansas City barbecue. Ooh, it tastes so good. Can't you taste it? You know, you shouldn't have stepped to the plate. You can't handle the dish. And that's wisdom, son. What's your coach gonna tell you? Oh, foul him again? Hey, you're fucked. Take the L. Just take the L. Concede. Love learns the hate. Yeah, he's not happy. Taste that Kansas City barbecue.
Seconds left to play in the final quarter. And now we've got the intentional foul.
Well, I think the foul was his only option to stop the clock. However, this is not a guy that you want at the line.
Yeah, no, you don't let Larry Bird, Larry nuke you from mid-range Bird. Larry Big Mac commercial Bird. Watch him miss.
First free throw
nope.
is good, and that makes it a 7-point lead.
Doesn't even need the support of his team. He's like, I got this, guys. Another day on the job. But you don't know who I am. I'm fucking Larry Bird.
And
I got
so
the whole team on my back.
It's an 8-point game. And, you know, Clark, you never want to say never, but...
Yeah, you know, Kevin, at this point, I don't even know if divine intervention could turn this around.
Watch Larry hit a three-pointer. Straight up. Watch him. Just for the fuck of it. Watch him.
So we nah. See Boston get the win. The fans
mid-70s Larry would have. He was that cocky.
A big one.
That dude was like Steph Curry before Steph Curry.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For our terrific reporter, David Aldridge, along with Clark Kellogg.
He was the best. I fucking love Larry Bird. I honestly like him more than Michael Jordan. That's why they chose him for that Big Mac commercial. I'm sorry. Because he had more personality than Michael Jordan. Yo, you're back. We just won. Trade deadline. On a big goal. We're getting Clark Kellogg. I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade. Clark Kellogg? I accept. I accept. You must know something that I don't. But we got Clark Kellogg on the Celtics now. Yo, yo, yo!
It's NBA basketball on 2K Sports.
An announcer of the game is now on our team.
Tonight, it'll be the Boston Celtics going up against the Indiana Pacers. With Mike
That's trippy.
and Clark Kellogg, I'm Kevin
That's
Holland.
trippy, dog.
David Aldridge reporting in from the sideline.
Is he gonna say pass to me? How is this gonna work? How is this gonna work, dog? Yo, oh my god, I'm too medicated for this. I'm too high for this.
Well, look out in this matchup. Clark, two teams that
I hate the word high, but like, oh my god, I still say it because everyone knows what you mean.
This to be a physical and bruising kind of game. I mean, these teams really like to get it done inside. It's fun to
I
see
sent
which team
Eli
will
the
be able to
video and he hasn't
dominate the other
fucking reacted,
in the area
which makes
of
me upset.
physicality. This will be a thump and bump kind of game.
He could be at work,
Shot clock at
but he
5.
genuinely has not talked to me in like 2 days.
Just got the first points in the score.
And it's like, bro, what, are you about to like block me or something? Like, what the fuck is up, dog? Like, are you okay, man? Talk to me.
Parrish outside. Parrish with the screen on Ainge. And it's Carter missing. And here's Boston. Bird kicks to Henderson. Now Ainge. Holding up top. Henderson outside. It's rebounded by Indiana. Last time they met was in Indiana.
Last time against this team, they got crushed on the glass and on the scoreboard. It was a woodshed.
It was definitely a wake-up call. We'll see how they answer back.
Henderson outside. Pass to Kellogg. And in the first, a little over a minute and a half in. Fast break. Here comes Indiana. Here is Zeesting. He gives the team some steady offense, a bit under 10 points a game. Here's Parrish. Second shot opportunity, and there's the bucket as Williams finishes it off.
Look at Williams using his size to win the rebound battle, and then smartly sending it right back.
Henderson looking it over. Parrish gets the rebound.
That's a quality shot right there. It just didn't fall for him.
Hey, they don't all end in scores. Great execution, and they're happy that they had that kind of a chance.
Ainge with the ball. 8 points his last outing. Henderson passes to Bird. The jump hook, good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
An innate ability to score the basketball. Bird beats you in many different ways. That time from close range.
Parrish outside. Here's Williams. Hits the difficult fadeaway jumper.
Interesting use of the fadeaway, but hey, it worked.
And so Henderson will bring it up for the Celtics. Trailing by 2. Now a timeout called by Boston.
Yo!
Is there anybody out there?
As always, the mid part of the NBA season, quite a grueling part of the schedule. Right now, let's check out how the standings are shaping up in the East. You look at the Celtics, earning the first place position with a terrific record, and we've seen them perform splendidly pretty much all season long so far, and they're definitely the team to beat. And of course, there's the Pacers, just way behind. Pass to Ainge. Here's Walton. Gets it to go from 18 feet away.
Look at Walton stretching his ability a little bit, opting for a mid-range look.
The Pacers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Seasting passes to Williams. Left block shot on the way, and he can't bank that one in. Here's Bird. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
I like the defensive effort, but Bird gets aggressive and forces his way to the inside shot.
Seasting passes to Carter. Here's Williams. Can't get it to fall.
And the defense wasn't horrible, but still, he's got to come through there. There wasn't enough resistance to prevent him from scoring that one.
The shot by Ainge, no good.
You know, you don't always get that opportunity, so those are the ones you hate to miss.
Indiana moving the ball around. Bird against Williams. The shot, no good. Nice D from Bird. The Celtics with the lead. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. Hammers the alley-oop through.
Excellent lines of communication there.
How about that, Clark? The pass, the catch, totally in rhythm.
Beautiful.
It's almost like they were in each other's heads. Well done.
Now here's Williams. 17 points for him last game against Milwaukee.
And he really controlled the boards. He just seemed to be in the right position every time the ball came off the rim.
And the Celtics with possession here. The Pacers making the shot. Henderson outside. Ainge up top. Clock at 6. Bird. Parrish grabs the board.
I'm sure he's upset right now. He had a space, had it all lined up, but just couldn't convert on the mid-range jumper.
Carter looking around. Pass to Parrish. Walton with the steal. Now Ainge. He takes it in. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. And now that we're in the middle of the schedule, Clark, how does a team stay focused? It must be tough to stay sharp when things aren't going great.
Well, I think you need a combination of a coaching staff and team leadership that's able to work together and get you through some of the bumpy spots, which every team is going to have. Keep everybody pulling and working in the same direction. Don't get too high or too low, and stay focused on the process of getting better consistently. Boy, you got to love the raw tenacity Danny Ainge brings to this game. I mean, this guy works so hard to make an impact and just refuses to let other players push him around. He's a great competitor.
That one misses. Pacers trail by 3. To the wing right side. Here's Bowie. Ainge covering. Parrish against Walton. Fades and shoots. And it's Parrish missing. The Celtics have gone 5 of 9 from the field here in the first. Pass to Ainge. Here's Kellogg. Now Bird. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
Well, that's a good player missing from point-blank range. That's one you got to convert.
Seasting passes to Williams. Here is Seasting. Henderson defending. Pass to Bowie. Here is Seasting. Williams with the ball. Defended by Bird. Shot's good by Williams. Williams has got 8 points.
Inside, Williams puts his big frame to work and gets himself a close range look.
So the Celtics call timeout. They're first.
Reality is like now, as I was saying. Larry? Let's go. Thank you for 9 people who tuned in today. And for the people who didn't, guess what? Got some words for you. They hate us because they ain't us.
Here's Ainge.
Our stream has been growing.
Some nice ball movement here by the Celtics.
And I wanna just say I appreciate that. Let's look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
And here is Ainge.
The numbers don't lie, no cap.
Hey, sometimes you just got to take a foul. That's the best way to protect the basketball.
Yep, better to send them to the line than allow an easy layup.
The Celtics have shot 2 free throws, and they're 1 of 2 so far.
Depends on the game that I play, but the numbers don't lie. People really like my Assassin's Creed Odyssey content. As soon as I get PlayStation Plus back, you know what's coming back? Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed, baby. Turns out people like this.
And he can't get the first one.
Character that I am. To you, the listener, it's just a fucking voice, a mic. Because I don't have a camera. I'm a little earbud worm. But to me, this is life. So I hope you enjoyed the descent into madness.
Good on the second free throw.
Good job.
One thing you really love about this guy is how hard he works to be reliable. I mean, he wants his team to know they can always count on it.
Here is Seasting.
I don't just meet on medical marijuana. I meet on psychiatric medication.
From 7, and the shot is long. The Celtics have gotten 5 of 10 shots to drop in this game so far, right at the 50% mark. The shot by Ainge, no good. Indiana
we're not going to say goodnight.
To the inside.
So we have
it's all evened up.
As a playmaker, Seasting has a good feel for the game
and
rewards his guys for getting open.
That's right.
Boston shooting 45% from the floor since the game got underway. Pass to Walton.
We have a stream playlist, don't you know? We don't just talk.
Anderson outside.
What, do you think we just yapped for 3 hours?
From the elbow.
Fucking insane.
Seasting grabs the board.
Sometimes we do.
The Pacers have gone 6 of 13 from the field, just under the 50% mark.
No, 9.
Shoots over Bird, lands soft on the front of the rim and drops.
We have a stream,
and the Pacers lead by 2.
Playlists.
Good work from mid-range. Seasting knows when he should shoot from there.
And tonight we're going to listen to the Chapo
Henderson,
Drop
bounce pass, Kellogg,
starting.
Rebounded by Indiana. This game coming after a loss against the
With the
Bucks.
Saxon
Pretty easy
33-80.
to see where they came up short in that one. I mean, their defense was lackluster. No shine on it at all.
Giving up the looks they did, I'm surprised they didn't lose by more. They have to have better effort on the defensive end.
Williams can't get it to go. Ainge kicks to Walton. Pass to Henderson. Here's Bird. Here's Kellogg. He's guarded by Williams. 5 to shoot. Henderson dishes to Walton. Here's Bird.
The Meta Transfer Sciences, owned by Ahmed Akbar, was hit to complete the first. Meta Transfer machine. Any secure line of communication to the outside. We're gonna find out here, though. Oh my gosh. That's for shot of mirrors. Away from the computer! Away! In my wildest expectations, I would have never figured they'd use time travel. My mind is crazy with the possibilities. Transferring matter from that.
The plan created matter transfer. They can know anywhere Duke's planets can take them.
There's the speed Henderson can play with.
You okay?
We have a problem. I agreed to build a time machine. We are here. It's like the truth somewhere else. We can't kill him. Jesus is a prophet. We should honor him. Yes. It would be great in the greatest deception of all times. Again, it's the ultimate jihad. Eliminate Christianity by killing Jesus before the resurrection. Muhammad just killed off every Christian in existence. He will be remembered as a great not
Great.
That was one of the best ones we've ever done.
Very good. Very well coordinated.
That was like, it's getting better every time. We're so fucking good, buzz. We're so fucking good. Every other podcast fucking sucks dick and fucking taking up their audacity. You all fucking suck dick. Stop fucking podcasting. Who's the fucking best? You're dog shit at this fucking game. Fuck you. Dog shit player. Fuck
Watching
you.
a movie review now.
All right, let's pick this one up. Okay, hello everybody. It's Chapo here. It's me, Matt, and Felix on this one, and we got a fairly juicy Christian film for you. We're going to break down and analyze for you. Spoiler alert: out of the I feel like dozens of these that we've watched, The Reliant, The Fireman Prophecy, all the Dinesh D'Souza movies, the one where Ben Franklin hangs out with Paula
the one we did
or whatever.
it.
Yeah. Okay, out of all of these, this is the first one we've seen that like approaches like a real movie, and like actually was like kind of nice with it.
This movie was ambitious. It had production values. It is a new genre. This is a new genre, right? Christian hard sci-fi. This is a totally new thing. It's never existed before.
And it's like, honestly, like, you would think that those two genres would be incompatible with each other, hard science fiction and like a sort of evangelical Christian movie, but actually it works surprisly well. And like, this is not a movie where you can go through and poke holes in like all the idiotic screenwriting or plot. Like, this was actually like a snare drum. This was tight.
Yeah. But we do want to make clear, this is still an evangelical movie, so it was incredibly racist.
Well, it was not free of goofiness or corniness. But as far as these movies goes, it definitely there's definitely the most interesting plot of like how do you get like sort of engaged with it. Like, you know, we'll get there. Let's talk about the movie today. We're talking about some historical events, or one historical event in particular. The film we have selected to watch and discuss and analyze for you is a film that came out this year. It's a very new one. It's called Assassin 33 AD. And this film,
like 6 years ago,
asked the question, what would happen if a terrorist group invented time travel and then used it to go back in time and kill Jesus Christ? Which I gotta say, it does way more interesting stuff with the time travel concept, which is something that's been beaten to death in movies thus far, than almost any other film that's like dabbled in time travel. I mean, I put this up there with, you know, La Jetée, Time Cop, Hot Tub Time Machine, the Terminator films, you know, the real classics of the genre. This is a fairly worthy entry. You know, I won't put it on the level of, you know, Terminator, but certainly Chris Marker's La Jetée.
It definitely puts more thought into the time travel element of itself, and like does stuff with that than say Looper.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's way better than Looper.
Christian Looper kicks the shit out of regular Looper.
Absolutely.
Like this is a ambitious. It's like H.G. Wells would fall to his knees at the sight of Jim Carroll, the author of this incredible screenplay, who truly thought this out. He truly thought this out. I don't know what type of church this movie's affiliated with. I assume one of those evangelical churches called like Refoundationings. where they have like you know, sober raves and like, you know, laser tag and youth ministry, but keep it up, guys. It's fucking rock.
I mean,
like,
honestly,
maybe cool with the racism, but this shit fucking rock.
I'll describe for you what happens in this movie. Like, I will preface it by way of saying that, like, were this same concept, like, executed by someone who wasn't like a true believer, what you would get is like a very close and faithful rendition of like a Philip K. Dick story. Yeah, this movie, like, if the same concept had been, like, slightly tweaked, it could have gone some really interesting places that would be, like, really actually, like, up there in, like, kind of a sci-fi pantheon. Like I said, like, this would be very at home in, like, the Philip K. Dick canon. So, yeah. And I gotta say, as far as, like, all of these Christian movies, and really most of the movies we've watched on this show, unlike especially the Christian movies, this has a professionalism to it. Like, this looks like something you would see on, like a cable TV channel, like a TV show, or, like, a low-budget movie. Like, crucially, Matt, as you said, the entire movie doesn't look like it was filmed in, like, someone's backyard of a subdivision, like The Reliant. But, like, most of that movie was just filmed in, like, the woods behind some guy's McMansion. And, like, you know, the performances were, like, credible enough, you know, like, it just...
They were.
It did not... It wasn't, like, howlingly, glaringly unprofessional and like, poorly done, or, like, just flat, you know? Like, all these Christian movies, it's just, like, I just watch them and, like, there's just no propulsion to the plot. Nothing seems to happen. You forget who the characters are. Like, people just show up and go away without any reason. Whereas this one, you know, it had a pre-propulsive, you know, tight, like I said, tightly plotted, fairly well executed film.
You know why that is?
It's sort of interesting.
You know why the evangelical movies we usually watch are so flat and bad? It's because the theology of American Protestantism itself is so flat. The entire belief system is you figured out everything. There's no mystery in the universe, which, you know, that's why so many great movies come from religious traditions that are the opposite of that. The idea that God is mystery, that we live in pain. There's so many great...
Like the Coen brothers.
Yeah, the Coen brothers are like sort of Catholic movies.
Abel Ferrara. Yeah, Ferrara, Scorsese.
Why does this movie not have that? It's because they've added an element of the unknown in their theology, which is what if evangelicals and Muslims had access to time machines?
That's throw a wrench to the thing.
Yeah.
You're not just listening to some guy like noodle on the guitar in a converted Best Buy. Like, that makes you have to think for at least a minute.
Yeah. All these other movies, like, it's bad things happening to people, and then I'm going, like, I'm going to be okay because I believe in God.
There's no action. You just have to forgive.
Yeah.
So there's no actual thing to do in these movies. Here, you gotta say Jesus.
What I appreciated about what Jim Carroll, no relation to the Jim Carroll band, unfortunately, what I appreciated about what he did with this movie is that by adding the element of time travel, it creates a kind of like an actual attention to live out and sort of like dramatize like a lot of like interesting like theological and like intellectual questions that do sort of have to do with Christianity about like so let's just get into it. Yeah. So Matt, unfortunately, he was doing mud pies. He was shitting on his doo-doo ass. Matt joined the movie late. So Felix and I will relate to you like the very beginning of the movie. So it begins, and it's a man and his family driving in a car. The wife is played by former reality TV star Heidi Montag.
And of Gabba's Hill podcast.
Oh yeah, so you may remember from The Hills, right? She was on that.
Yes.
Staring at the blank page before me.
Do not get your hopes up, though. She is not in this movie for very long.
So because these guys know what they're doing.
Because like I said, like as soon as it started and I saw her and like to read a couple lines, I was like, oh brother, here we go again. Another unbelievably bad, like poorly done on every level, just like shit show. Thankfully, she is dispensed with very early because it's a family and the husband is like driving to his new job or whatever he's like. His wife in the front seat, his two daughters in the back seat, and he's just like, honey, I think this is what God wants for me. And his wife sort of just becomes overcome in the moment, and Heidi Montag looks at him and says, he sort of tears up. Honey, I just have the feeling that God is going to do something miraculous for you. He's like, really? and through you. God is going to do something miraculous through you. He's like, really, baby? And he doesn't have much time to think about that because the car is T-boned by a truck.
Okay.
I'm having this feeling that God is about to do something miraculous for you.
Flips over. He's like on the ground. Why? What happened? Car's on fire. Wife and daughters just annihilated. Folks, there's no other word for it. Okay, cut ahead a few months, like even just like a few weeks after, and we're in a college, like a college classroom, and there's sort of like a nerdish character and like a young woman who he's sort of like awkwardly running into, taking a very complicated science test. And he's like, I'll finish. Oh man, that was tough. I think I aced it. And then he sort of like makes an awkward date with the other young genius who took this test. He still lives with his parents, and he brings this like hot young woman to his parents' basement, where he's like, okay, I guess we're going out to a restaurant. He's like, how about we stay in? And like he just brings like 2 plates of a fully prepared meal out of his refrigerator.
That's the legal status.
And then they hang out in his science basement, and then strangely, like she dresses him up in his parents' clothing. This is the one part of the movie that I was just like, what's going on here? What am I looking at?
Well, that's like, okay, so that is, you didn't like this part, and I at first agreed with you, but now I kind of think it's another piece of genius filmmaking. And I think that Jim Carroll, I'm just judging by his name, he's a 50-year-old man, but he's hip, he's with the times, and he knows that our hero, Ram Goldstein, Jewish scientist, wants a mommy GS.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. So okay. Sorry. Our main character, as he looks, is the young science genius, Ram Goldstein. And then there's like his love interest girl, who is also a genius scientist, but she's a devout Christian. She wears a crucifix necklace, and they spar a little bit about God and praying and things like that, which is a staple of these movies, like the skeptic character, the condescending scientist versus the smart but still faithful Christian. But I gotta say, this movie, usually this part of these kind of movies are unbearably over the top, and the non-believer is just such an asshole, and it's just all very stilted and it's too on the nose. Whereas I thought it was rendered in a way that was the kind of the debate between the believer and the non-believer, between the atheistic scientist and the the Christian, was done in a way that was not just nails on a chalkboard, or it was kind of basically rendered in a way that I could imagine two people having this actual conversation.
No,
it seemed like something a little bit real.
These parts were great because usually in these evangelical movies when you have the soy non-believer guy, he's if God's real, he'd strike me down right now. And it's later we find out they're a pedophile or killed somebody or bad. But Ram's he's a good guy. He's just a little socially maladroit. And they have interesting debates, and then later he becomes Christian. You saw that part.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spoil it.
You find out the sort of science test that they were taking was a test that was given by this sort of rich guy in his institution, his science institute, the top 4 people who passed this incredible. Usually the movie takes for granted that a Christian could date someone who's a non-believer. She's not a totally stringent, puritanical in her beliefs. She's sort of cool and realistic. She's like a real person, not a Christian person being portrayed in the movie.
When are we going to go to the Wiz Khalifa concert?
Yeah, no, the black scientist was recruited from Taylorgate.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of subtext in the movie where it's we're supposed to think the black guy isn't nearly as smart as Ram or the woman or whatever, but it's they all passed the same test. Presumably they were the 4 best scientists in that class doing the science test. But,
So they're working at this this secret privately run science project, and their benefactor is referred to as the world's most famous refugee. And then I think we learned his name is Ahmed Akbar or something.
Yes.
And he's this sort of...
No, wait. Ahmed Akbar, I don't want to quote, but he's a very important character that Ram sees and talks to. Or no, wait, that's
Sabir.
Take a mirror or some shit.
Sabir is his henchman. So he's this rich benefactor who's paying them a nice salary. And he's like, oh my, you kids are so brilliant. You've made more headway on this project than my entire research staff has in years or whatever. And you're on the verge of this big discovery. And what they're working on, we find out, is basically the Brendel-Fly teleporter. They're trying to figure out a way to transmit matter through space. As we said, this is what Seth Brendel was trying to do before he faded.
This is what Mark Brendel was doing with his chairs.
He was trying to move them across the room. So they're on the verge of creating a teleporter. And then, again, like I said, in a pretty kind of tight fit of sci-fi sort of, universe building and concept mongering, Rom realizes that essentially, if you believe correctly, because you've listened to the Alan Moore Chapo episode, that time exists as physical space, as a fourth dimension of physical space, as a constant. A machine that can teleport matter through space is, by definition, also a time machine. And he realizes that, like the key to syncing up teleportation is factoring in time. So inadvertently, in getting the teleportation machine to work, he realizes that they have accidentally created a time travel machine.
Oh shit.
And that, like, if you can transport, like, a chair or even a human body from one time pad to the other, and necessarily you can transmit it through space to a point in a fixed point in time that exists, concurrently with every other moment in time. Right? You guys with me?
I'm feeling it. See, this is already more thought than anyone has ever put into all combined Christian film.
Yeah. Or even the film Time Cop, where they waste the potential.
Oh God, what a waste of a concept. That still pisses me off to think about. There's two scenes in the past. There's a scene where the guy steals some Confederate gold, and there's a scene where Van Damme throws a guy out of the window during the Great Depression.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, to be fair, they really only go to one time location in this movie, but they do a lot with it.
They do a lot more with it than Time Cop did, that's for sure.
Most you could do with this time travel.
So, not shortly thereafter, Rom discovers that he has invented time travel. Him and his girlfriend, sneak off to, the server room for a little canoodling. And then, while they're there, he's like, hey, what's this? Someone's attempting to access the server from the outside. Let's just tap into this and see what this outside communication is. And they, open up the vid screen, and it is a, Al-Qaeda-style terrorist leader communicating with their benefactor, Ahmed Akbar. And he's like, is the teleportation device complete? And he's like, we're almost there, Allah, we're doing this for you. And, they're like, oh, as soon as we have it, we can transport the GPS coordinates in the world. And,
we shouldn't have let those refugees in. They've become super wealthy and built teleportation devices.
And how many times does it need to happen?
I mean, honestly, how stupid are we, folks?
Yeah.
We do get a little backstory for Ahmed, is that, when he was a child, he saw his parents executed by, ISIS-style terrorists for being Christian, and it's never explained how he, started out as Christian and then became a fundamentalist Muslim.
Yeah, I thought Ahmed would be, that they were doing, have you ever seen, Peacocks or QAnon? They put the Arabic Christian symbols in their bios, and it's that's the good type of Muslim, the Christian kind.
Yeah.
But it's this movie's very steadfast in its belief that even the Christian type of Muslim is a Muslim.
Well, I think the main thing is the easy no-brainer here is he got killed by U.S. troops or something, or Israel.
Well, they
can't do that. These guys, they have certain mental, however creative this movie is, there are certain mental blocks, and one of them is the idea of humanizing someone who is a victim of American or Israeli violence.
They could never do that.
Yeah. So instead, it's the Muslims nagged me into joining them by killing my parents.
Yeah, and so they try to address this. And our genius, Ram Goldstein, is oh, it's Munchausen syndrome. That's why he's Muslim.
Stockholm syndrome. Munchausen.
No, they say Munchausen.
No, she says Stockholm syndrome. So you've got Ahmed, who is secretly working for the terrorists to develop a matter transport device that they can blow up, the Pentagon or the Second World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Which actually raises an interesting religious question. If they're going to use a teleportation device to just instantly move a bomb anywhere they want, it would sort of do away with the need for martyrdom, and they wouldn't need to justify killing yourself in a holy war anymore if you could just move a bomb. Because the whole brilliant part about suicide bombing is that if you're willing to die, it's very easy to get a pretty decent explosive device into almost anywhere you need to get it.
Oh, yeah.
And kill a lot of people to do it.
I think in the sequel they'll address this.
Okay. So if you had a matter transport device, it would obviate the need for martyrdom. Interesting. The movie doesn't address this, but it's just a thought I had now. Okay, so concurrently to all of this, you have the guy whose family was killed in the very beginning of the movie. His name is Brandt, and he's sort of like an operator. He's an ex-operator guy, and we see footage of him weeks after his family dies, and he's in a bottle, and he takes out a gun, and he's thinking about blowing his brains out. And he's like, "No, I'm not a coward."
That was awesome. They came out strong against suicide in this movie, saying what everyone's too afraid to say, that it's for cowards.
So he's like, "No, fuck this. I may be depressed," and he's angry at God. He's in his living room, and he's like, "How could you let this happen, God? I served you. I did everything for you, and you took my family from me. You let it happen. You wanted it to happen. You didn't stop it from happening. It's all the same to me. You're a bastard, you son of a bitch." He's doing the Jebediah. He's doing the Bartlett stuff.
Yeah.
But this guy honestly has more reason to do it than Bartlett. This guy's you killed my family, God. How could you do this? Whereas Bartlett was I lowered tariffs on trades from Mexico, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, Bartlett is yelling at God because his extremely elderly secretary died, and because his approval ratings are only 40%.
yeah.
Bartlett like does it in Latin, which is like, why would God speak Latin, you fucking idiot? But Brandt does it in this movie in the
American
true language of God.
Style. Yeah.
American Protestant English, the true language of God.
We will get that becomes a plot point in this movie.
Yeah.
But we are not there yet. So Brandt's like, okay, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm going back to work. Or the world's most famous refugee and secret terrorist, Ahmed Akbar. And he's like a sort of private security contractor who's, he's like the head of security for this, the technology firm where the young geniuses have just invented time travel. And Ahmed's just like, hey, you brought on your team, but just make sure nobody knows about this project. Because, that's what you're hired for, is to preserve my, intellectual property and, trademarks on this, technology that I'm developing. So Brandt is working as, an ex-operator who's lost his faith in God and family for a guy who's secretly developed time travel and is also a terrorist. So, at some point, it becomes clear that Ahmed and his, gang of, evil Muslimic-style Confederates, that Ram Goldstein has not just got their teleportation device to work, but like I said, has invented time travel. And then I forget, it's sort of he tries to stop them or hide this revelation from them, and they get wise to it and detain him. They handcuff him to a chair, hit him with a taser, and then tell the three other young geniuses he's fine, but you can't leave here or call anyone for the next couple days until we get this done. And so they sort of sequester him, and he's done something to the device where he's the only one that knows the code that can turn on the computer that will get the time travel coordinates to work, blah blah blah. I forget at what point Ahmed decides to use the time travel device to erase Christianity. I mean, this is where we get the title of the movie from, Assassin 33 AD. He's like, why send bombs to, the State Department or whatever, when I can just go back in time and do away with, a Christian America, all of Christianity ever existed, which is, this is what the terrorists want to do. And this raises another interesting question, because like I said, as competently done as this was for the people making it, I don't think they took seriously enough the actual kind of Wahhabist, ISIS-style terrorist mindset. Because as we were watching this, I said if they had a working time machine and had the choice to go back in time and kill Jesus, who's a very important prophet in Islam, or kill Ali, who founded the offshoot apostate, Shia Islam, I think they would definitely whack out all of Shia Islam and have one perfect Sunni caliphate, rather than do away with Christendom.
Or they would, if you believe some theories about ISIS, they would go back in time and make sure that Frank Church was never born.
Yes, that is the actual thing they would do. Yes.
So anyway, Ahmed now has a working time machine, and he's going to use it to send a team of operators back to Palestine in 33 AD to kill Jesus Christ before he is martyred. And now this brought up an interesting question to me, and I was trying to poke holes in the plot, and I was like, wait a second, if they go back in time and kill Jesus Christ, they erase the history of Christianity, but wouldn't that necessarily also erase the history of Islam, which necessarily comes after Christianity? Is Christianity was an incomplete revelation of God that Muhammad fulfilled as his prophet, and that Christ himself was an important prophet, but just not a believer. And then Matt correctly pointed out that it's Assassin 33 AD, not Assassin 0 AD. So they're not going back in time to kill baby Jesus, thus erasing his entire life. And
he is an important prophet in
teachings up to that point. They're merely killing him before his believers get it in their head that he was resurrected.
Because it's like they're Muslims, so they don't think Jesus rose from the dead. But they do think that he was crucified, and they're thinking rightly it was his sacrifice that galvanized the supporters and created this social movement that became Christianity. If you take him out before, Pilate and the crucifix and all that stuff, he's just some guy mouthing off. We can't kill him. Jesus is a prophet. We should honor him. Yes, and that's what we will be doing. His created the resurrection which gave birth to Christianity. If we kill him, we'll all be cursed. Just the opposite. Allah would honor us. He will be correcting the greatest deception of all time. He will be remembered as a great prophet, but not as a son of God. Jesus would want that, and will be effectively dismantling Christianity.
Exactly. He's just one of the many other Messiah figures of that era, in that time and place in the world. And the other interesting thing is that, it's almost like a resurrection is almost not as important as his sacrifice and suffering on the cross. It's that he was willing to die for it. That it's that's the actually kind of the most important thing. The resurrection is sort of like just the icing on the cake. Right,
this is actually real. They don't think it happened. That's the crucial thing. Not Christian.
But his sacrifice is still important. Like, they're going back to a moment in time, and they go back in time basically to the exact moment of the temptation in the garden, like right before he is kissed on the cheek by Judas and handed off to the centurion. So they're gonna like do away with even his martyrdom on the cross, right? Which also raises another point. I think the slickest move, if you were the terrorist with a time machine, is to go back and just do like a herd of goats with you and just drive Pontius Pilate and just be like, yeah, just let this guy go, just leave him alone, because that would do away with the sacrifice. You can see another guy then. So like that's the slickest move. No assassination is even really necessary if you just pay off Pilate to just let him go with a slap on the wrist and just ignore him for the rest of his life. Interesting. Like I said, raises a lot of questions, this movie.
Yeah, so, like I said, they really thought it through.
Yeah, it's not like, it's not just like, oh, something bad happens, better time to really believe in God, buddy. It's like, no.
He was very good and he dribbled off the ball. Yes, he had the ball knowledge and he liked the ladies call. He could shoot threes and he could shoot threes, but he must have did mid-range and he did that really good.
In all ways.
So,
his name was very good and he shoots from the
Graham is dedicated Nazi. He knows that his boss is a killer. Knows that he no way. I mean, letting a terrorist have a teleportation machine is bad enough. Letting a terrorist have a time machine, buddy, that's the one thing we don't do. That's the one thing we don't want to have.
Oh no, we have a terrorist time machine.
The exact thing we were trying to prevent.
Yeah. His name was very good.
So like, he's trying to hold out, like, I'll never give you the code, Ahmed. And then Ahmed makes Brand security consultant. He's like, this guy has information I need. You're an operator. You know how to get it from him. Do your thing. And the guy's like, whoa, really? But because his faith is shattered, he takes to it pretty quickly, and he handcuffs him to a chair and just punches him in the face a couple times. And he's like, this guy's not budging.
Yeah,
this guy's good.
He used all his bastard Green Beret interrogation techniques for just tying a guy down and punching him. He really needed like 3 years of specialization training for that. The same thing that like any hot dog next Chicago cop would do.
I mean, they would have done it with a phone book. Yeah, John Version there. He would have settled that shit out quick.
And you can take John
plastic bag over the head.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed is supposed to be like an evil genius, but like he could have just paid some Chicago imbecile and killed Boston. And God's the same expertise.
Yeah, so what you want out of this guy? Yeah, no problem.
You
want this guy to build some kind of time machine? Yeah, I got that for you.
All right, yeah. Madigan's have a time machine.
Okay, so Ahmed's like, okay, this guy's a little bit more of a tough cookie than we had anticipated. I'm going to send out Samir and my other terrorist friends to kidnap his parents, bring them to my office, and then execute them in front of him, which he does. And Ram does not give up the code after he watches his dad and then mom get tapped in the head right in front of him. So he's taking it pretty seriously, but then Ahmed literally he is willing to watch his parents get executed, but the thing Ram won't do is let his girlfriend be roughed up.
We should point out that she's fat, so it's understandable.
He's kind of fired. He's kind of like a Daniel.
Yeah. But again, not nearly as like shrill, cruel, or vindictive as any of these like actual, like the young evangelical baddies that you're aware of the media are. My girlfriend in this movie is like a good person.
My dream is for this evangelical baddie who fucking hates me. Fucking does.
That's the key that they need. That's the leverage that they need for him to get the time machine working. And he turns it on, and he gets Brandt, who, I mean, again, like they're just like, okay. He started out the day just thinking he was like a private security consultant for like a technology company. As the day progresses, he's torturing like a young man and then participating in like his parents being executed in an act of torture. So he's like, again, I guess if you lose your faith, you can fall pretty low. And then shortly after that, he's just like, oh yeah, I'm now part of a wet war team that's going to be transported back to Palestine in the first century to kill the Messiah.
But he's fine with it. He's fine with it. Fuck God. He let his wife die.
Well, this is also a message. It's like this movie is a message to evangelical men that like this is what happens when you don't work and your brother-in-law close to it. Like this is the type of stuff you can get up to. Like so, watch out for that.
So there's a scene where Grant, the faithless operator, is sort of like questioning himself after beating up a teenager. He's not a teenager, but yeah, just beating up some science nerd who did nothing wrong and is just doing his job inventing teleportation, really. And he's like, he's like sort of having a moment where he's sort of talking to the God who doesn't believe it, and he's like, God, I've fallen pretty low. I didn't think I would be torturing a kid today, but you know what? Like, if you don't show yourself to me right now, everything that happens after this, that's on you, God. That's on you.
With height
And it raises another interesting theological question, because this movie, of course, presupposes that God is real, and that everything that happens is on him. So that God is sending an operator back in time to assassinate his son and himself, if you believe in, a triune God. So it's sort of like God, everything that does happen after this, it is on him, and it is also part of his plan. So it makes sense. They send the operators, by the way, in full SWAT team gear, back to, like I said, the garden at Gethsemane. Yeah, the garden at Gethsemane. They send a full wet work team in like SWAT team gear and like fucking like assault AR back to the temptation of the garden. And what happens? Grant, the fucking like they spray a couple of the disciples, and then like I think they tag Jesus in the leg, and then
Jesus gets leg, he's bleeding out, but it's like you can tag him, you can give him a Muslim Christian burial too.
So Grant is standing over the Son of God, the Messiah, and then Jesus Christ starts speaking to him in English. And when that first started in the movie, I was like, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. The guy, he's speaking English, a language that hasn't even been invented yet, to this guy in perfect 21st century American Protestant Christian English. But then they explain that Brandt is the only one who experiences that. None of the other Islamic-style assassins, they're just hearing Aramaic, or like they're not being spoken to in a language they recognize. So Brandt experiences Jesus Christ speaking to him in a language that doesn't exist, is communicating with him, which is like a pretty good indication that it's the real McCoy that you're dealing with. Again, who you're standing over with like a 45 caliber handgun pointed at his head, and he's like, "Are you the Son of God? Like, like if you really were the Son of God, you would stop this from happening." And then he's like, "But Grant, what if I want it to happen?"
I like it. I'm actually
Brand's like, you know what? You made a good point. Pow, pow! Double tap to the head.
If you really are the Son of God, you can stop these bullets. I allow. You are not giving me your life. I am taking it from you. Life. Yours. Just more life. This is ridiculous.
This is the moment that this movie really became something special.
Oh, I
loved it.
I assumed that like it was going to just be some ululating guys in baklava shooting Jesus with AKs. No, this is an American operator talking to Jesus in English and then blowing his brains out with a 9mm.
I was expecting the Christianity movies Mark 1 would have had a guy like Muhammad Akbar go back in time and be like Allah, 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 and then just like spray him with an AK and then fire the AK into the air, or just do a bunch of racist cartoonist bullshit. The fact that this movie makes Christ's executioner a former U.S. soldier and faithful servant of Christ who has lost his faith, then experience something miraculous happen. And by that, I mean a guy speaking in English, not time travel, which is already a big one. That's a big one. He experiences both time travel and then interacts with the Son of God, and then just cold-blooded, just executes him, puts him down like a dog.
And this was the most ideological thing we've ever seen in these movies. Like, these other movies are so lazy. Like, Reliant, we thought it was going to be about, like, Antifa, but it doesn't even commit to anything. None of these movies fucking commit to anything except, like, oh, like, God is good. This was like, no. American Protestants need to be able to kill God to ensure he's real.
Yes.
Like, it's so fucking... Oh, it's so alpha, dude.
So we've talked, like, at great length on this show, especially recently, about American Protestantism and what a kind of a sui generis sort of mutation in religious history, the coming together of the currents of Protestantism and the Reformation and the colonization of the American continent by those people created something that heretofore didn't exist. And that is articulated, I think, a really convincing case that American Protestantism of any variety is in and of itself a new and original religion. It is a new form of Christianity that did not and would not exist without the creation of America happening concurrently to it.
Yes, because it is the worship, the God that the American Protestant worship is America, not God.
Yes, but crucially in this movie, like a Catholic never could have made this movie.
Never.
A Catholic would have just been agonized over your own sin or your complicity in the crucifixion.
He would have fallen down and cried at Jesus like Keitel and Bad.
I've done so many bad things! I've done so many bad things!
The Catholic version of this movie is, it's the guy making the time machine and feeling bad because it like puts him on a level of God, and masturbating and killing himself. And then 4 hours of funeral scenes. That's the Catholic version of this movie.
And then a pre-Vatican II... No, the Catholic time machine would be a guy would invent a time machine so he could go back and hear pre-Vatican II Mass in Latin. That's all he would use it for. In this movie, the Protestant who's lost his faith becomes Christ's executioner.
Blows his goddamn head off.
Literally, this guy on the ground crawling in agony and is like, fuck you.
After hearing him speak English. And acknowledging that it was acknowledging the fact that the only way he could be speaking English to him was because it was some sort of fucking supernatural fucking...
And he's like, fuck you, my family's dead. That's all that matters.
You didn't save my family. You didn't save my family. The Son of God, actually who I'm talking to, is for both the miracle of time travel and the fact that this is a divine Christian religion is real. You didn't save my family, so if you think I'm saving you, you got another thing coming, buddy. Wow. Wow.
So sick.
So fucking badass.
I don't want to chime in too much in this thing, but I do want to just underscore how the moment Christ gets executed with a handgun, how much from 0 to 60 this thing goes immediately. Because it's like, from up to this, like, the tone is like, kind of like, this will be another Christian film, and like, oh yeah, we see it as the guy who's a scientist, and the girl who's Christian, they debate, and then their family. And then from this moment on, this is like full-on sci-fi time travel, multiple time streams, people killing themselves from other time streams. So, yeah, like, and it's still like an hour and a half left in the movie. It honestly rocks.
So, I mean, at this point, like this is going to become very complicated to like accurately relate the plot of the movie to you, because obviously you have to do with time travel and multiple timelines. It's very convoluted.
And this is, of course, different than usually when we have a hard time describing the plot of Christian movies, because everyone looks identical, and they're just all standing in kitchens around like marble countertops. And you're like, I stopped paying attention to who any of these people are 10 minutes ago. This is actually like kind of hard because they really take the time travel thing seriously.
And you know what? Like I think probably like the two best time travel movies ever made, La Jetée and the original Terminator. This movie does have I wouldn't say maybe airtight. I have to see it again, but it does like fulfill for itself within the movie's own logic, like an actually like closed time loop. Where things like it makes there is an inherent internal logic to the time travel in the movie that like closes itself off and like resolves itself nicely.
Rather impressively, because you got scenes where people are like sign languaging signals to themselves from a different time stream that only they would understand.
Yes. And they keep creating like duplicate versions of people, and then every one of those duplicate versions are dealt with, and like all the way killed or closed.
Like at this point, like the movie becomes about how Ram and the three other geniuses actually like use the time machine to like go back in time and stop Ahmed from changing history. Now, there's another sort of novel, I think actually maybe even original to this movie. I mean, maybe it's been done before in other sci-fi stories, but the explanation about changing something in the past doesn't instantaneously alter the present.
Yeah.
Because the way Ron describes it is that it takes time. It's like the speed of light. It only appears instantaneous, but it actually has a fixed speed. And then if you go back, 2,000 years in the past and change something, it takes a certain amount of time to catch up to the present. Time has to rewrite itself throughout the continuum, and he describes it like a hard drive, like wiping a memory or like reformatting like a hard drive.
Yeah.
Which is like, look, I mean, it's all sci-fi gobbledygook. But, within the movie, I thought was a pretty good explanation for why, like, as soon as Jesus was everything about the present. So they still have time to use the time machine themselves to go back to the same point in time and try to, like, stop it from happening. So then, like, once they go back in time to the moment that the SWAT team arrives. And then they prevent it from happening, and Jesus is taken by the Romans. But then, like, they are killed, or when they go back,
I do want to shout out the kind of novel way that they four unarmed nerds deal with the SWAT team, which is getting there moments before the SWAT team gets there and just picking up logs and holding the logs into where the SWAT team is materializing.
This is another moment,
floating their hearts.
Yeah, because another moment. This is another moment where I was trying to get snotty about like picking holes in the movie, and I was like, wait a second, these fucking like science nerds just took out a whole team of operators with sticks, but no, they placed the sticks in the space in which the bodies materialize. So with their body, like your heart, when it reforms, like when the molecules and atoms are like come back together in the other space and time, your heart forms around a fucking tree branch, and you die instantly.
Yeah,
not bad. You thought it through. God love him. Not bad.
Amazing. This guy worked his ass off on this.
So. And then again, I'm not going to faithfully render exactly what happened because it does get convoluted because there are multiple timelines now where the original Ram that goes back into the past goes back to the present and is killed. And then, they were able to send a message to the wrong timeline before he had gone back in time to go back in time again and continue the mission or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So and also to this movie's credit, it gets pretty grisly for one of these. Like, there's not that much actual blood or anything, but a lot of people get killed. There are shots in this movie multiple times. Just some people get killed multiple times through different time continuities. There are shots where it's just a pile of bodies of people who had just been killed in the past, including some of the main characters who end up living through the entire movie as corpses, just hanging out in the time trail.
Or seeing their own dead body. Yeah, which has got to be pretty disturbing, right?
Seeing it happens murdered on camera.
I would say every character sees themselves killed about 3 times the last half of this movie.
Very traumatic.
Incredible.
I'm not going to get identically the details of the plot here, because it does become kind of like a Christian Sound of Thunder story. But it doesn't do it in a really cliched way of a butterfly flaps its wings, or you step off the line and then you come back to the future and everyone's a mutant, or everything is radically different. But there is one scene I do want to talk about where the black guy character has a moment where he flips back in time exactly in the Garden of Gethsemane. And it's Jesus having his moment of temptation in the garden. And then all of a sudden there's this guy who's just hey buddy, what's up? Hey, I think I know you. I think you're Jesus Christ. And then he starts telling him look, Jesus, man, I saw your movie. I got it on bootleg. Which he said, I got your movie on bootleg. Clearly referring to the Passion of the Christ. And he's like, listen, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. They fuck your shit up real good. They whip you. They're gonna put a crown of thorns on you. They're gonna nail your ass to a 2x4 and let you hang there for 3 days while you suffocate. Not good. But then the weird thing is, he's trying to talk Jesus out of it, which would functionally fulfill the same role that Ahmed the terrorist is trying to do by killing him.
Yeah, the guy really does not get Christianity. He does not really comprehend the whole idea.
He has a good heart, but he is...
You don't want to see a guy get go through that, but he kind of has to.
Yeah, no, and Jesus really wants to. He's like, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the drug scenes in Walk Hard.
No, you don't want no part of it.
You don't want that. They're going to whip you. They're going to beat you. You're going to die for all mankind's sins. You don't want that.
So at some point, Brandt and Sabir, who's the evil Muslimic henchman, Mark II of them are sent back again back to 33 AD in the Garden of Gethsemane. They get separated or something, and then they're stuck there. Everyone has these weird little wristwatches, or what can actually these are the things that allows them to be retrieved from to the other space in the present.
Stuff, but again, the way they set it up, it narratively works. If you have one of these wristwatches on, you can get taken back. If you lose yours, you're stuck there.
You're stuck in first century Palestine, which again, you don't speak the language. You have you're dressed differently than everyone else. And then the girlfriend at one point gets shot in the stomach and is just bleeding out in the desert in the some dirty ass town next to Golgotha for a couple days. So then Brandt, the executor of Christ, but in this timeline they have prevented that, so Christ still is alive in this 33 AD Mark II. He has been taken by the Romans at this point and is being led on the procession to Calvary. Brandt, they get local clothes, and Brandt is trying to blend in, but Sabir, the asshole, keeps his gun with him, and they're just walking through a market, and he just steals a tomato. That actually is that is a bit of that's a goof.
Tomatoes do fruit. Does not exist.
Did not exist at that point.
Or something. Come on. Read the Bible. You know what fruits are in there. Tomatoes are not one of them.
Dude, it's dude, the hottest thing right now is ancient grains.
Yeah.
Just any of those Ezekiel products, those existed in the Bible. Yeah. All of those delicious grain, all those delicious whole grains. You could get them at any market in Palestine. They're great. Now. They're good for you, wholesome, delicious. So he steals a tomato, and then of course runs afoul of the tomato salesman and the Roman security. And the Romans are they're trying to arrest him, and they take out their short sword, pulls out his Glock, and pops the dude straight in the chest. And then of course they're overcome, and Samir and Brandt are arrested by the Roman authorities, which leads to I think actually the most incredible moment in the movie.
Mind-blowing.
So I'm going to set it up because unwittingly becomes the person in the Bible who carries the cross for Jesus on Golgotha.
Yeah.
Okay. Wearing a tri-blend Gap tee and a pair of
yes, he's wearing Nike sneakers, jeans, and a Gap tri-blend, a nice sort of Arab, breathable fabric t-shirt.
Yes.
Everyone else is in robes and sandals. Yep. Nobody seems to notice too much about that. So then we get to see at this point Ram, his girlfriend has been gut shot by one of the operators.
Brandt.
No, not Brandt. Ram's girlfriend has been shot in the gut by Brandt. Yes.
Yeah, that's
by Brandt.
She's sorry. Because it's important that Brandt shoots her.
Brandt shoots her in the stomach, and she's dying of a gunshot wound in first century Palestine. not much they can do for you. He's like carrying her around. He's like, doctor, anyone? Is there a doctor in the house? And then walks up to, I forgot. When they were arrested by the Romans, Sabir loses his time wristwatch, and then a woman you may know, picks the wristwatch up off the ground and takes it with her. So Ram and his gut-shot girlfriend show up at Golgotha to watch Christ be crucified. Ram carries the girl up to the crucified Christ and does his whole thing about, like, how could you let this happen? If you were really the Son of God, you would save her. Like, how could you do this? Blah, blah. While he's doing this, let's not forget, 2 people were crucified with Christ. He looks up, and the guys next to Christ on the cross are talking to him, and they are Sabir and Brant. The good thief and the impenitent thief are actually time-traveling assassins sent back to kill Christ before his martyrdom.
And, best of all, the good priest, the good thief, the one who converts on the cross and gets forgiven by Jesus, is Brant, the guy who blew Jesus' brains out in another time stream.
This is what I mean. Like that scene where, like, the time-traveling operator assassins are, in fact, the good thief and the impenitent thief from the Bible who are crucified with Christ. That's what I mean. It was like, this is like a real, like if Philip K. Dick wrote this story, like, it would be fucking incredible. Like, this is something right out of his fucking body of work. This is the Black Iron Prison. The Roman Empire never left. The fucking pink light. Like, we are all still the disciples of Christ. Like, Christ told his followers, I will return, like, after the Roman Empire. And the reason Christ has not returned is because the Roman Empire has never ended, and we are still living in it. We are still living in the Black Iron Prison. Get on that pink light from the ballast signal. It is beaming out of you. We are still all living in first century Palestine as followers of Christ, whether we're aware of it or not. But we are still living under the tyranny of the Roman Empire. And that, yes, the 2 people crucified with Christ were time-traveling assassins sent back to kill him.
One Muslim, one left Christian.
Stress that. I simply must stress
It's amazing.
No one ever talks about the martyred operator in the Bible. This is like, you guys know how much I love Mormons, right?
Yeah.
But the idea that a troop went back in time to kill Jesus and then forgive him and then be crucified is... Protestants now beat Mormons.
I gotta say, they gotta step up their game after this.
Mormons, I believe in you guys. I'm big fans of you guys, but right now the Proudies are ahead. Let's do this.
You know, Mormons introduced the space travel and, like, you know, sort of a galactic sci-fi plot to Christianity. But now with this movie, the evangelicals have come right back with a hard sci-fi time travel element to Christianity as well.
I have to say, is this how we get Warhammer? Is this how Warhammer becomes real? Because this movie, I hope this movie is a hit, because I want a lot of evangelical psychos who abuse Adderall to get really into quantum mechanics.
Yes.
And make Trump the emperor from Warhammer. This is how we get it.
All right, so where does this movie go next?
Okay, no, all right, so remember, so Jesus, so wait a minute, Ram is in front of Jesus, Amy's dying in his arms, and he's yelling at Jesus to save her, because he's like, if you're who you say you are, you have the power to stop all this, and you're not doing it. And Jesus tells him, you have to forgive Brant. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's dying because he shot her, help me. And then it all ends, and he's like, God damn, he's mad at Jesus.
What I love about that scene, though, is that it presupposes that Christ's last words on the cross were, forgive Brant.
Forgive Brant, yes.
And it was like, it is accomplished. Yeah. The forgiveness of Brant.
Which is a very American evangelical idea.
Yeah, it's a guy named Brant.
A guy named Brant. Like, Cameron and Brant were saved by Jesus on the cross. So he goes back.
No, don't give us Barabbas. Don't give us Barabbas. Give us Hunter.
Yeah.
Take him down off the cross.
No, I cannot, dude. Evangelicals are going to write books of the Bible called, like, the Books of Tyler after this.
Yes.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Because according to this, like, there was a guy named Brant at the crucifixion, and it ties the entire thing together.
The sensation that the 2 thieves being Brant and Sabir being an incredible loop to close, again, that's just like the first of like 6 concentric loops that the movie continues to close.
I forget at what point in the plot this happens, but like obviously dealing with time travel, the classic Ray Bradbury Sound of Thunder conception of it, that altering the past changes the present in unexpected ways. So at one point, Ahmed, like in the present, like experiences like a quantum shift, and is like, aha, like Allah be praised, like finally the Christian filth are gone from the world. And I was really, again, this movie beat my expectations because, like, the shitty Christian movie
says
would have
Allah
shown you
Akbar.
like a version of our reality in which
Allah
Christianity had never
Akbar.
existed, and it would be like, I don't know, all of our women are in like the harem of some big fat guy who's like a sultan, or like
I was saying that I wanted a CGI shot of the New York City skyline, but all the tops of the skyscrapers are all minarets.
Yeah. I was expecting something kind of hokey and offensive like that, but what they show is that he instantly thinks it works, and he's like, Allah be praised, all the Christian dogs have like been erased from history. And then it quantum shifts again, and they are standing in like, I don't know, the fallout ruins of a city, of like a post-apocalypse. And then like, I think the Latino character says like, this is the world you created. This is the world that exists without forgiveness, without the mercy of Christ. And it's just like, and Matt, you made another interesting point where like this goes against the the idiotic and racist like Ben Shapiro Athens to Jerusalem thesis.
Yeah,
that, you can't have any like modern society without Christianity. Yeah. You can't have technology or like any of the sort of like a modern technological society were it not for the Athens to Jerusalem connection. What this movie says is that even if you erase Christianity, you would still have like a 21st century like technological society with cities and computers and cars and all that shit, but it would be like a blasted ruin because without the Christ's message of love and forgiveness, humanity would have invariably destroyed itself. So that one like sort of actual like Sound of Thunder mega like global level ramifications for this plot being pulled off. But then again, it's like it's undone in various other timelines. So I forget kind of how that resolves itself. But
well, it doesn't because like they dissolve because all those like they cut away from those guys because eventually what happens is Ram gets back and he goes back to right before his parents were going to get killed, saves his parents from getting killed, which means all those other timelines don't happen. So, like, all those versions of Amir and everybody, the ones who die, the ones who live, they all, like, wink out of existence. And they actually show it happening to a few people, and it's very much, Infinity Wars, Thanos. Like, they turn into, dust and float off.
Yeah, this is Christian Avengers, and this is actually a far better movie than Infinity War.
Oh, unquestionably.
Like, unquestionably.
Like, this is like, it's better written, it's smarter, and less grating against, like, my... like just moral, artistic, and philosophical sense than any Marvel movie ever made.
The time travel between Infinity War and Endgame, this makes much more sense and is much more ambitious in what it's trying to accomplish.
Oh yeah, like because usually like by now, like I said, time travel has been so beat to death in movies that like once you introduce the gobbledygook, you can just do anything. Like no one's paying attention at all. It's all just like a Deus Ex Machina. Whereas this has an actual Deus Ex Machina because God is real, but a time travel plotline that actually kind of makes sense. So once again, hats off to director and writer Jim Carroll.
Yeah, I gotta say, I respect him a great deal.
Do you want to hear what Jim Carroll's major other credit is?
Yeah, what is it?
Of course.
He did a show called Marriage Boot Camp.
Oh, I know about that show.
I remember that show.
High tier reality show.
Yeah, he was the host of Marriage Boot Camp and also has appeared as himself on Poker Night in America for several seasons.
That's a strong evangelical tradition, Poker Night in America.
So I remember like towards the end, there's another scene where Ahmed is like, okay, well so my plot to kill Christ before he's martyred on the cross. Okay, like that's kaput now. So I'm going to go to a new timeline where I'm going to go to the tomb and remove his body before his followers can pretend or witness his resurrection. Which again, if you're a devout Muslim, you don't think Christ was resurrected, so you're just going to kind of do some shenanigans with the body. But then if you remove the body, it's sort of like that is a sign of something miraculous. So did anyone catch that? Could you explain that?
Wait, which part?
Where Ahmed goes to the tomb.
Oh, I honestly know. They end up going to the tomb and seeing Jesus.
And the girlfriend gets to witness the resurrection.
Yeah, the girlfriend witnesses the resurrection before she dies. And she gets gets to
Jesus. Some FaceTime with JC.
Gets some FaceTime with JC. But the gist of it is that they protect his emergence. And Mary and the people, they see him, they go in the thing, they're waving. For some reason that some things I missed. One of them was they're in the cave waving glow sticks, which really impressed Mary.
No, Ahmed brings glow sticks to the cave to, just give him some...
So they can rave out.
Yeah, some reading light while he's waiting there. So,
at the end of it, the thing that matters is after all these twists and turns, and it is very Baroque, but they all make sense, Ram shows back up right before his parents get killed, saves his parents, while he is tied to a chair, about to watch them get killed, and then goes to stop the whole thing. Ahmed gets the drop on it with his guys, but then Brandt gets a...
So Ram Mark 2 or 3 goes back to the timeline where he's interacting with Brandt Mark 1 before he goes back in time to execute Jesus Christ. and yes. Ram Mark 3 is aware that Brandt will, in the future, kill his girlfriend. But Jesus has told him forgive Brandt.
Yeah.
So there's a point where Ram has the gun on Brandt, who's just like, buddy, I don't know what you're talking about. Time travel? This is a bit much for me. I haven't killed Amy yet. I don't know what you're talking about. And he's just like, you will, you bastard, or whatever. But he can't stop thinking about what Christ told him. And Ram makes the decision not to forgive Brandt, Mark 1, before he goes back in time to kill Jesus and his girlfriend. So, like, Brandt experiences a moment of Christian forgiveness, and, like, that is his sort of, like, re-coming to faith. And the other interesting thing that I said when I was watching this is that by introducing a time travel element to a religious movie, it dramatizes just for the viewer, but for the characters in the movie that are normal people who are not the Son of God, the choice to die or to forgive someone that you know will kill you or someone you love in the future. It dramatizes in a way that makes more literal, like the Christian act of forgiveness. Like, so it's sort of like it puts you in the mindset of Christ's decision to give up his own life and to suffer and die for humanity, but also the decision to forgive the people who persecuted him, while they were doing it, essentially. So like with time travel, it gives you you have the foreknowledge of what will happen, and you still make the same choice.
Okay, tell me if this is a little crazy, but what do you think the theological or historical significance of Jesus Christ, of God saying that the presumably Jewish scientist must forgive the Gentile soldier?
He's saying it about himself.
Yeah.
I mean, the Romans weren't Christian at the time, but he's, Brandt is a soldier of the modern Roman Empire, America.
Yes.
He is a centurion who, it would have killed a young Jewish man.
Yes. And wait, what does that young Jewish man do at the end of the movie?
Oh my God. Okay, so this is where it goes. After Brandt, he saves Ram and his family from Ahmed and his goons.
Maybe.
He takes out his gun and, he shoots the bad guys. And then he is killed himself in that moment. He sacrifices himself.
Brandt gets shot, presumably dead. We find out later he's not.
Yes. Brandt is shot multiple times, but he sacrifices himself, and in accepting Ram's forgiveness, he sort of his heart is reopened to God. He realizes that God could technically allow something awful to happen to you, but God is always there, and his love and forgiveness is not contingent on anything. It's always there for you if you just walk through that door.
I don't know how granular we want to get, but when Ram forgives Brandt, he hears a voice from the other world that he says, "It sounds British," and Brandt's like, "My wife is British. What does it say?" And it's
played by Heidi Montague,
without an English accent.
Who does not have an English accent.
It says,
it comes out at one point in the first scene, and he gets horny.
Yeah, and she says, "Be a hero," and that's what causes Brandt to step up and shoot the goons instead of shooting Ram.
And then Ram Mark III is also killed just as Ram Mark I walks in the door and sees his body, sort of almost like a pietà scene, being cradled by Amy, almost like Mary. You know what I mean? He's seeing his broken body, which then disappears as it's erased from that timeline, I think.
Yes. Also, Ram ends up killing Ahmed with the same knife that he keeps on his desk that his parents were executed by.
Right. Okay. So, and then at this point, the cops are called in. The terrorist plot has been foiled, and Mark I of the four geniuses and the new timeline are all alive. But they've realized, they are aware of the time travel plot and what has happened and their role in it, and they know to end time travel.
Yes.
But not before. The last act that Ram does with his three friends is that he uses the matter transporter to go back in time dressed as a road worker, and goes back in time to the very beginning of the movie and blinks into space right in front of Brandt and his family's car with a stop sign so that they jerk the wheel and are saved from the truck that would have T-boned the car and killed his family before.
That's a good
choice. And then he goes right back.
How is he not
the instant he comes
yet?
and saves them, he removes himself from the timeline. But he has a little road worker stop sign there, and Heidi Montag says to Brandt, who was that guy? Was he an angel? Where did he go or whatever? I don't know. And then at this point in the movie, we're okay, but this doesn't make any sense, because if he had saved Brandt, Brandt would still be in the position in that timeline to carry out the evil acts of the terrorist leader, right? It negates his sacrifice and his moment of doubt, and then recoming to God, and then eventually his sacrifice, and just restarts the whole plot of the fucking movie, essentially. But this guy now has a family. No, not the case. On the stop sign, he'd written a letter to Brandt that says, "Call the FBI and Homeland Security," and lays out the whole plot for him and stops it before it even starts. All threads are tied off. Humanity is redeemed, forgiven, and through the use of time travel, we have a fairly interestingly done sort of reenactment of Christ's own martyrdom and execution. His execution, martyrdom, and kind of forgiveness.
That nonetheless ends in a happy ending for every. This is honestly a true masterclass. And
honestly, it is. As Chris pointed it out, like the big reason these movies are often boring is because they hinge on someone making a change of heart, which is very hard to make interesting visually and narratively. This movie dramatized like forgiveness and as like an action through the use of the time travel plot in a way that actually made it compelling and not just now he thinks God's good.
The scene where Ram makes his final conversion and accepts Christian forgiveness, you literally have a situation in that last room where he knows that his version must die, Ram Mark III. He knows he must die so that everyone else can live. He literally has the Christ knowledge.
Incredible.
And this was another incredible Philip K. Dick moment. As Ram Mark III dies, he asks his Christian girlfriend to read from her Bible app called iDisciple. That was pretty funny.
I love that.
An account of Jesus being taken by the Romans that they had experienced in the film before. And she reads him a part in the book about like a man who's like, clothes are ripped off of him or wearing like an odd fabric of clothes that is in the actual Gospel of Matthew. Chris, you look this up. It is Mark. It's something that, it's in
Mark.
It's in Mark?
It's Mark 14:51. A young man followed Jesus with nothing but a linen cloth about his body, and they seized him, but he left the linen cloth and ran away naked. And literally, as
that's depicted in the scene where they first go back in time.
And it's so he realizes a goofy movie moment as the centurions are attacking. He gets his clothes ripped off, and
he's running around in his underwear.
Yeah,
he's running around in white boxers. And then as Ram Mark III is dying, he realizes that like the Bible is real. Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and not only that, his own actions are part of the historical record that he knows to be true. This is how true the Bible is, that detail of himself running around in boxers is in the fucking Gospels that he read himself, like presumably as a kid, or was aware of.
So this raises one question for me. Do all the different versions of these people, the righteous ones, do they go to heaven? Are there 3 Rams in heaven? Or are they like, when they die, are their memories sort of like melting back with the regular Ram?
Wait, Matt, what's another thing that is in triplicate but is also one?
Alright, this movie's gonna win the Oscar.
This movie fucking owns.
Alright, guys, you don't even know the best part though.
Okay, I was gonna say, we hit stop before Matt did. But Matt, you said that there's a little Easter egg.
I'm very glad that I just left it running because halfway through the credits move to one side of the screen and another scene pops up. So early in the, right after Brant blows away Jesus, Ram goes back to time, goes back to the lab, and like there's a scene where him and Amy get into like the portal room, lock it, and try to signal to themselves in another room. That's the scene where Amy does sign language to herself. What we didn't say is that those versions of Amy and Ram, they get shot. Like the terrorists attempt to break in, they shoot them. And then the other ones go back in time, and then that's where they kill the guys with sticks, and that's where the other things are. So one version of the first version of Amy and Ram get killed in the portal area. That's the last we see them. This picks up where that scene ended, with them shot on the ground. And then you see what we didn't see while watching the movie chronologically, because the characters had left to go back in time. Ram gets up. He's not dead. He's just really badly wounded. And he crawls over to Amy, and she's also very badly wounded. He says, "It's okay. I'm going to save us." So he crawls over to the time machine, puts the coordinates for the local hospital for 30 years in the future, presumably thinking that they'll have advanced technology that will make them able to survive. So then he crawls back over with dying Amy under the crackling time portal lights. They get sucked forward. Camera is now on them as they emerge on concrete. They're lying on concrete. They're both bloody. You can hear in the background gunshots. It sounds like a battle scene, like the crackle of automatic weapons fire. 4 guys who sort of look like operators. They've got they kind of look like the white helmets, honestly. They've got tactical gear on, and they go, "Oh, look, here they are. Well, who are these guys?" And they crawl over them with devices, future. They kind of just look like iPads. And then they poke them with these little tongs. And then one of them says, "My God, they're not marked. Neither of them are. They're clean." And then somebody else says, "I wonder what the Antichrist wants with them."
Oh! God damn. Okay, so the sequel to this, we gotta do that. Okay,
I can't wait.
We should honestly invest in a sequel. Oh my God. Jim Carroll, if you want to make a sequel to this movie about because those Left Behind movies suck ass. Book of Revelation is one of the most entertaining things ever written. One of the great pieces of
it's fucking,
grotesque art. It's awesome.
And one of my favorite books is The Fake Part of the Bible.
Of course. And and if Red versus My Christians has been dog shit, Left Behind movies are terrible. Even the one with Nick Cage is somehow worse.
It's so boring. So boring. Most of it takes place on an airplane.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I want to see Jim Carroll tackle the Raptor, because in his version, it's basically the Syrian Civil War. And like they apparently fell into a bunch of, I think because they said they're clean, I
have the mark of the beast.
they are the ones who have rejected the mark of the beast and are fighting against Antichrist.
Oh man, fuck, that's a fucking dude. Adding a time travel narrative into like the Apocalypse and Book of Revelation. Fuck yeah,
let's get it.
Like, I'll just say like overall, like this is like a pretty hokey movie, but it was like honestly better than a lot of the movies I see, like modern movies that I see now, like smarter and better thought out than a lot of it. It's clunky at points, but I will say like crucially outside of just pure like acting and directing and production competence, what this movie has that like all the rest don't, or crucially what it doesn't have, is that it has a religious message, but it has none of the just like clunky, cloying, like culture war bullshit, where they just render all of their sort of culture war totems just one for one on screen to make a point that like they would make you could easily just make on the radio or Fox News or something, or like through religious broadcasting. Like they're smart enough to know that like to make a movie that works and like has a religious message that, like I said, that three degenerates like us can like really sink our teeth into, is that like render it in such a way that it does away with all of like the political like point settling or just like propagandizing or whatever, and it puts the actual like philosophical content of it and the story first. And it's like it's so much more effective as a movie if it just doesn't have all this clunky stuff about like, well, after they outlawed Christian marriage and only gay people could have families, you know, like, or just like really boring like awful shit like that. Which is always just stock and trade of like most of these movies.
This movie, like, there's so much about time travel that they literally do not have room in the script or time to be like, oh, you're like, welcome to the future, you have to make a cake for trans people.
Yeah. And they didn't even like blame it on Islam. They just said, this is what happens if you have, like, civilization that doesn't value forgiveness. Now, you can argue that that's kind of blinkered and incorrect. I mean, let's ask people at the Siege of Magdeburg what they thought about Christian forgiveness. But it's not as, it's like over-the-top, like, culture war grievance-mongering as most of these movies are.
Other than its depiction of, like, Islamists get time machine, first thing, murder Christ.
The depiction of Islamists...
Well, yeah, they are, hold on a minute. These guys, they do explicitly say that they are extremists.
Yeah, and they say, like, they're like, I think Amy says at one point, like, well, why would Muslims want to, like, do away with Christianity? And then Ram says, like, they don't. These are extremists, you know? Like, they have that little tip of the cap or whatever. But I will say this, its depiction of Islamic terrorism is certainly no worse than any other movie made by liberal Hollywood.
I saw my two eyes. As offensive as Zero Dark 30.
Way less offensive, because Zero Dark 30 is about a real thing that fucking happened. Yeah. And it's actual propaganda for the CIA.
Unlike Zero Dark 30, you know who stopped the extremists? A multiracial, neurotypical and neuroatypical congregation of people. Not just those lily white operators.
And, you know, Ahmed the bad guy is killed in, like, you know, kind of an action movie kind of thing, but, like, the message of Zero Dark 30 is just, like, let's roll, baby. We're finally getting revenge for 9/11, whereas, like, the actual message of this movie is about forgiveness.
Forgiveness and love and, like, using science for beautiful Christian ends. This movie has way better politics than any crap liberal godless Hollywood.
I would say give Jim Carroll a Marvel movie, but I don't want his talent wasted.
No, it would be a waste of Jim Carroll. It would be an absolute waste. Like, this man, like, if you're listening and you're like an evangelical boat magnate, or you make some type of weird fucking root beer that everyone in Texas drinks that I've never heard of, like, you're a billionaire for the evangelical reasons. Maybe you invented like a Christian mattress. Please fund this man. Please fund this
Mike
man.
Lindell, stop building PPE in your pillow factories and give money to Jim Carroll to make the sequel to this movie.
Yes. Fire Sorbo, fire Kirk Cameron. Those people are hacked.
Get these actors. Dude, Ram Goldstein, he's the Christian Timothy Chalamet. Like, very, like, delicate features, but, like, stacked.
Christian Jake Gyllenhaal. Straight up.
Like I said, like, in the beginning of the movie, Amy, the one sort of stand-in, the, like, Christian character who is, like, devout, is not a cloying Harvey. She's not a judgmental fucking, like culture war fucking ghoul. She's like a normal fucking person who exists in, like, a modern world that she doesn't hate and loathe, like, every aspect of it.
And Ram is like he's not like they're dating. He's not a Jewish guy.
Yeah.
You know, they're dating. He's not like you're an idiot. I could never see intellectually with you.
You know what's so important about Ram? Religion. Like, even if the seems an atheist, he refuses to, like, use a time machine to a terrorist just out of morality. Like, they allow for atheistic characters to have
to be a good person,
values, and Yeah, no.
Like the stupid Kevin Sorbo worldview is like, oh, if you don't believe in God, like what's stopping you from killing and raping a child?
Yeah,
just like, well, my conscience, you know, like my, I don't know, like anything, my imagination, empathy, like, you know, like a moral or ethical sense that isn't contingent on belief in an afterlife. And like, you know, this movie presupposes that that's real. That you don't have to believe in God to be a good person, but it does. You know?
Yeah. This is. I would love to collab with Jim Carroll.
Absolutely. Let's get the stew.
Yeah, it's absolute massive.
I think the last time we did one of these, I was saying, you know, I think on the Reliant, I was like, we should make. What does it cost to make one of these? Like 3, 4 million. We could definitely get the money.
Here's Hastings.
I'm not gonna listen to them banter about that. On to the next one.
And we want to close out the year super strong with like a Christmas gift to us. It felt like it was a gift to us personally. It's really a gift to the world. Let's just get into it. I'm talking, of course, about actor, musician,
Duckworth with the bucket.
You know, passes
spiritualist,
like that go a long way.
Diplomat, statesman, Aikido master, Stephen J. Seagal. I don't know if J.
Scratch golfer, master chef, world peace,
law enforcement officer.
Oh, a covert operator, tier 1. The only civilian, according to his own website, to ever defuse a nuclear bomb.
Did you see that body cam of the guy getting arrested and starts crying because he would miss GTA 6?
No, don't do it, guys. GTA 6.
Honestly, freedom.
It comes out this year, please. Have mercy. I'm gonna miss GTA in that.
Robert Richards, murderer.
Murderer! If it was a drug charge, like, I could feel for him.
I, Robert Richards, on the 30th of May, 2025, said the following.
Nah! Murderer? Hell nah. Hell nah. Bro! Philadelphia's kicking our ass!
Dennis Rodman is checked in for the Bulls. And the 76ers also making a change. Johnson
When
is checked in
lobster
for
fishing
Smith.
turns into 23 criminal charges. I swear if it's a fucking ad, it's gonna be a fucking ad. It's gonna be a fucking ad. It's gonna be an ad. It's gonna be an ad. It's gonna be an ad, and you're not gonna watch it, cause I'm gonna skip it for you.
Here is Hodges. Scoreless thus far. Elo outside. Out to the right wing. It's not going to go for him. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Puts one up from 19. Hastings grabs the board.
Consequences after poaching lobster. No, we found a new genre. Hold on.
A new genre.
No, we found the new genre.
1st, 2024.
Scumbag fucking get fucker lobster poacher. Poaching our American lobsters.
An officer with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office was on patrol when he observed divers without a flag. The officer made contact with the couple and began a resource inspection.
Up and against Johnson. Here's Duckworth. And he overshot that one, missing. Chicago trailing here.
Leave those lobsters alone now.
You have your wallet and ID.
Just kicks to
He
Parrish.
has his wallet. My ID is at the house down the road. Okay. Do you have his ID?
Here is Hodges.
He does.
Okay.
Bucket 6. Back to Parrish.
So just get that out of here.
Dude, it seems like these game wardens are like on ass out here, dude. Like, are they kind of everywhere? Is there any Floridians? Anyone able to chime in? Like, who's been popped by the game warden here? Anyone?
I was about to say, let me step this way.
The 76ers leading by 7.
Florida's tough about it. I got popped. Hell yeah, they're all over the place. Game wardens do just show up at these spot checks. Oh shit, they're really on that, huh? I've always imagined like they're pretty rare, but I like that. You know, it's good to see that they're on that. I think it's an important type of crime. Important, it's very important. You know, I'd argue these guys are doing a better service to our country than like the average street cop that's like pulling people over. This is like a more respectable form of service, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Johnson outside. Down low, Tisdale. And it's Chicago with the rebound.
That's exactly the look they want.
I spilled water all over myself. I failed. He has it. Failed. Oh, wait, where is it?
Here is Hodges.
You hear it? Fucked up.
Back to Parrish. Shot clock at 5.
Yes, I will.
Johnson with the rebound. So it's Johnson who brings the ball up for Philadelphia. 6-point lead. Johnson up top, defended by Rodman. Johnson with the pass to Johnson. Lets it go with the
Those aren't that big, I feel like, right? I don't think those are that big. Oh, are they too small? Is that? Did they post too many and too small? Yeah, I'd say they're maybe quite large, actually, if you look.
You see how it's
quite
measure the eye,
Yeah.
How's the big gap in there? That'll be right like around 8 months.
3-second violation. And the Bulls with some changes. Abdul-Jabbar checked in for Parrish.
Giant, yeah, that's way above average.
And Steve Kerr is subbed in for Hodges.
All right, Mr. Thomas. Right here you have your 6, but you have
Trail by
big,
3.
but they're all short. You have no measuring device. But at least you have like
7 points in the game.
Let me
Here's Abdul-Jabbar.
Yo, what's up?
And so the assist.
This is where Abdul-Jabbar is so dangerous. Using that massive.
Nah, if I was a poacher, I'd have a little hidden compartment on the side of my boat that I like open from the outside, not the inside, it's like the outside side, like a little hidden door I open up, throw all the illegal ones in there, and just close it real quick. You know, because the cops, they're not going to jump in the water to check this, right? Maybe that'd be a good way to hide it.
Duckworth's shot is off.
They got a great look. Close in. Sometimes the ball just doesn't look through.
And here is Abdul-Jabbar. Defended by Duckworth. Rodman sends a screen. All alone. Kerr can't hit.
Get a lot of those chances. He's going to want that shot back.
Man, that guy's got the veiniest button. Holy shit.
Adams against Kerr. Adams drawing the double team.
Guys, about to pop this lobster's fucking organs out, dude.
Another miss by Philadelphia. Here's Chicago.
He's gripping the shit out of
it. Pressey passes to Kerr. Shot on the wing. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. 1:19 left in the first quarter of the game.
Oh, God.
Adams.
Dude, he's about to squeeze all the meat right out of it. Dude, it's going to be a shell when he puts it back down, dude.
Rodman with a screen on Johnson. Here's Elo. Up again. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. And the Bulls lead by 1.
Well, we've seen Rodman do that often. Going up, getting that board, and getting the putback. Exactly what you want from him inside.
Here is Duckworth.
It's kind of weird category of crime from the enforcement side of it, because on one hand it seems like, hey, maybe they should throw the lobsters back to preserve their life and keep the ecosystem going, but then on the other hand it's like, well, they need them for evidence to prosecute the case, so they have to kill them. And the poachers were obviously not, they weren't throwing it back regardless. So it's like on one hand, well, they were going to die either way, at least prosecute them. Then on the other hand, it's like there is an opportunity to, like, I don't know, like, at least save the animal. There maybe would be, I don't know, some sort of better way to prosecute, you know? I don't know. Like, he's throwing them all in a bag. You just watch him take all the lobsters and put them in a bag, which tells me he's probably not putting them back in the water, right? Like, that guy's probably taking them. Yeah, look. I don't think they're putting it back, guys.
I'm going to arrest
That doesn't look like a put them back bag to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
The first one.
Oh, wait, we're done for. Oh. All right. Shake them up. Throwing the back farther from shore so you don't get caught again. Ah, okay.
Interesting. Oh, and in the last clip, that's why they took him to evidence, because the shrimp are already dead. Okay, that makes sense. I'm learning about this game of wildlife shit.
To play in the first quarter. Pass to Campbell.
Interesting.
Back to Kerr.
You didn't have one, you have one. And when you measure here, see if it goes to the top behind the head. That's one of the
close one so far. 76ers lead by 3.
You know, this is a bad look for the court case, bro. The poacher is asking the fucking dude for instructions on how to measure the lobster, even though you heard earlier the cops say, well, at least you have a license. How do you have a license and you're still asking about lobster measuring instructions? These people will never have a license again, dude.
What? Is that one in the back of you?
And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
They've done a great job facilitating so far. Moving the rock and finding open men. Selfless basket.
Something else they're doing well tonight, guys. Lots of points in the paint. Something to continue to keep our eye on.
Now here's Adams. Hasn't made one yet.
Damn.
And the D, daring him to
Exactly the lobster.
Unfortunately for him, not able
That's
to.
your bad.
Hudman sends a screen.
You were in a row.
In the state of Florida, have a bag limit of 6 per person and must have a carapace length of 3 or more inches. If you like fish and wildlife, Okay, wait, there's 2 people, though. There's 2 people. Subscribe so you don't miss out on future. So they're not over the limit, right? They're just the sizing is wrong. videos. Oh, here we go. Carapace must be measured in the water. Interesting. No, that was all in her bag. Oh, so 2 people have to even have separate physical bags. Like, these 2 people on a boat can't just have one big bag and put 12 lobsters in it?
Nope.
These 2 people have to each have one bag with only 6 lobsters in it? That's very interesting.
Adams against Kerr.
I know, this is a completely new territory for me. I know nothing about these laws. I can talk to you guys all day about the guys bringing weed to the airport. I don't know shit about the game boards and stuff.
Nope. I'm here for it.
Extremely excited because we know the rest of the world has basically been playing with pro players against college players from the U.S. So now,
okay, this is what we have.
rule being changed,
We have several violations.
opens
These
up
are
the
rough
USA to have a stacked loaded team with all of that NBA talent. A few guys still have a sour taste in their mouth after the 88 games as well. So maybe
Yeah, it's like going up in Georgia and shooting small, you know.
Allen wrench in this department.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a specialist, a talented long-range shooter.
If you were allowed 3 beers, you have 10 and you have 8 over. And on top of being over, there are females, little baby deers, and you're using an AR-15 instead of a hunting rifle.
Attitude is everything.
No, I'm giving you an example.
This bitch is retarded, dude. He's in there asking about the gender, so how do you know if it's a female? Like, alright. That's not the...
We could issue a citation. Would you be required to come back to court down here?
All the way down here?
Yes. And that's as I said, today is what's today?
The 21st. Wednesday.
Yeah, the next court date will be on, I believe it's on the 29th. Again, you're mandated to come back to court.
Okay.
Because we're not determined to a felony warrant. We do exercise from Georgia to New York. All right.
And the second free throw, good.
Would you see any situation that would stop you from coming back to court?
Chicago is gone 37 from 3-point territory.
I'm getting the vibe they're not showing up to court. They're not. They're not coming to court.
He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And the Bulls lead by 1.
Seems like Rodman is always right there when there's a loose one. He's ready to finish with strength.
Anybody can make a mistake and measure the large problem, but you guys take the penalty of
Smith in the post. On the
over the limit.
Another miss by Philadelphia.
That's not a bad look. Yeah, no flag on chance, but
oh, they don't even have a measuring device on the boat. That's actually so bad. They can't even feign ignorance. Like, they can't even be like, oh, we measured wrong or anything. Like, no, you literally did not bring the required materials. It's over. We're fleeing the state, baby. Felony warrant, 6-star wanted level, lobster poaching. We're out. We're out, chat.
Start having flag in the water while because then if you get a homeowner of the house of this line, make sure it's a chum, which has happened 2 times already this year. We're home, so we only be for a family against them for 1 year. We don't have to flag keep going clear. They're going to get away.
We have a ball that has a flag. We just bring it with us. Just because we have the kayak, and I guess we just being around the dock.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to issue. We don't like issuing notices here out of state. The only issue fly out to be in Florida. Out of state, we put in a situation where they don't like this because you fail to show up. We have to spend a lot of money in tracking you down to Georgia, or other states. All right, bro. I'm going to go and make an exception and give you a notice to appear. You have a chance to come in and you have a chance to speak to the judge to explain the reason why you did it. Which in this case is one.
No, I feel like they're definitely not showing up. I feel like they're for sure not showing up.
Yeah, I'm going right here.
Yeah, I did not. Yeah.
I mean, they're not even from the States. So, yeah, I am getting the vibe a little bit that this is like a couple who just was like, dude, let's go to Florida, rent a boat, fucking catch a bunch of fish, do all the Florida shit. They just bought a license, did no research into what the license allows or like any rules. It's like, we got a license, let's go cook 100 lobsters.
Pressy doing a nice job opening things up for himself with the pick and roll that time.
All right, folks, I think you're going to call it a day today.
Yeah.
Okay, you start to make the load up and everything. Find your license.
And it's Chicago with the rebound. Rodman's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Doesn't go that time. Smith with the defensive effort. The 76ers trail by 5.
Watch your leg.
Johnson down low. Cable defending. Smith dishes to Johnson.
Oh, there's all that? Oh,
Adams outside.
Stop it!
And it's off from 3
right there.
You don't want to go up this part.
For Chicago, they've gone 4 of 8 so far here in the second quarter.
Down as soon as it left his hand.
Oh my goodness.
Just bad luck if they go down.
Johnson, the pass.
We're all in chat. We're like, oh, they're going to take them further out, carefully place them where they won't be poached again. Shorty's just swinging them.
Smith sets the pick for Adams. The 76ers with another miss.
Lobster back in the water.
A bit of a shooting slump here. I mean, you can't seem to get anything going.
As a coach, this is when you want to draw up something that gets them an easy look at the rim, or at least a chance to go to the line.
Now, here's Curry.
Yeah, look at that dog. Look at the way he's slinging them. That boy don't give a fuck.
Thank you.
The 76ers
In
trail
the
by
end,
5.
Genie was charged with 11 counts of possession.
Out of this rut, Mike.
Yeah, looking to regain some momentum offensively.
Of undersized crawfish, 1 count of possession of 6 or more lobster, and failure to have a measuring device. Thomas was charged with 8 counts of possession of undersized crawfish, 1 count of possession of 6 or more lobster, and failure to have a measuring device. Nearly 10 months later, they negotiated a plea deal. The details are currently unavailable, but we'll have a community post once the records have been updated. If you, oh my God, community post, community tab.
Goes back up, and the rejection by Smith, and he gets it back. Rodman's shot is off.
When you quit vaping, did you quit all nicotine? Yeah, so I never got into Zins to begin with.
For the next one. That game is the first and last of
I'm very grateful for that. I think if I ever got into Zins or any of that shit, there's no way I would have been able to quit, dude.
Shoots over Rodman. And all around the rim that time before dropping in.
the ease of access of that is just too much, dude. When you quit vaping, did you quit all nicotine? Yeah, so I'm...
Nothing going for them right now. Their offense is in big trouble.
Well, they seem to be in a rush to get out of this rough spot, and that's adding to their frustration.
Did you start using Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, or Snapchat when you were between 8 and...
Sex offender accidentally lights himself on fire. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if we're allowed to watch this, but we're gonna. He lights himself on fire. You know, a feel-good video, as many might call it. Oh. Wait, what is he? Oh, he's burning a car. Oh, he's cooking. Nah, he's just running. I'm just gonna walk it off. His calves are literally on fire. He's like, I'll just walk that shit off, dude.
What you just saw was a sex offender who just took his shot at arson for the first time. Surveillance footage shows the suspect walk onto the property.
Oh, okay, so the fire and the sex crimes aren't connected. He just happens to commit both. Okay. All right.
A $40,000 Cadillac Escalade with a gas can and audio from the surveillance camera being poured on the vehicle.
The 76ers trail by
4K so simple. That's like more than that.
He then lights the vehicle on fire, likely with a lighter or a match, drops the gas can on the grass, and accidentally sets himself on fire as the vehicle bursts.
I love igniting gas. Igniting gas while holding the can still is a genius play. This guy is an innovator.
Even more unexpected.
Okay.
Leading by 3.
Running.
Outside.
What the
That's
fuck?
a nice ball movement here by Chicago. Hodges misses. 2 from deep here in the city.
Nah, they just happened to find him burning. Did he get slapping his legs and shit? His ankles are melting off, and he's just slapping them like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Back to Moncrief. A 15-footer. Tisdale, no good.
Bro's making it bigger.
Chicago's gone 3 of 7 tonight.
All good. Sorry, walking home, officer.
No good.
Rough quarter for him. Just hasn't been able to connect.
And that's the way it goes sometimes.
He's trying to
Pass to Moncrief.
Stop! Go! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Hold on! Oh, man!
Here's Tisdale.
Oh, 200 if that starts.
Yeah, watching Johnson focus in on his teammates, he does a really nice job, I think, of sensing and feeling when this guy is open.
Hello. Keeler corner fire. Hello.
Here is Hodges.
Stop resisting. Get on the ground.
Here's
Hello. Send me another. We're in the area. Hello, man. Go kid. Stop.
5th rebound right now in the game.
We're in the area of...
Wait, whose car is that? Why did he even...
I got pigs on your stomach. I got pigs.
Shot by Johnson, no good.
I got pigs. Stop resisting.
Hits to Elo.
Oh, I got a pig.
Hodges against Johnson.
Dude, his fucking cock probably burned half off, dude. He's probably just sizzled everything left in his nuts. Dude, he's gonna have forever.
A pretty low
Oh, I got kids? That's another... Yeah, what the fuck is he even saying right now?
Put your hand behind your back.
Trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. Now the Bulls shooting a low 30% right now on every offensive performance.
2 of them to stretch.
Look at his hand off his bones. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Johnson, the pass to
Oh my god! No! Give it a hell! Oh shit! Meat falling off the bone, bro. That's slow brisket. That's a 24-hour brisket, bro. Holy shit! He's probably delicious. You guys like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Oh, genius. Move the other car.
Stop! Keep resisting.
The balance here, not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Fucking beta. I'm gonna move the other car. I'm gonna hold the gas can. Wow. I don't know why I did a shut action. What the fuck? Sex offenders are not. Pedocon theory is a theory. Like gravity is a theory.
Chicago grabs the miss.
Nah, moving that's actually nuts. Why are you braking? Okay, I thought. In the garage? Not even like on the street. She's just like, garage. It's probably good enough. Let's close the door.
Duckworth's got 6 rebounds in the game.
Bro, what?
Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist.
It's just Rick Turtle lights to move the car 5 fucking into the garage.
9 points in the game so far.
I like the car.
Here's Parrish.
I'm getting even one stop, drop, and roll.
Got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Now 8 seconds.
No time for that.
Just at this point, go. Can you use the force? I use force.
I didn't use the force.
He's got the quick twitch when he's got that rock in his hands. Johnson draws the bump right there.
First trip to the line for him here.
In arson cases, potato chips are sometimes used as fire starters, which could be why the suspect mentions he has chips on him. However, since this could have just been hungry.
Huh?
Yeah, potato chips are playable.
Wait, I can take a bag of Lay's and use it as fire starter, and the more you know. I've never heard that before in my life. Interesting.
Anything else on you know about me?
It's all the oil.
No, that's scary though. Why are my potato chips flammable, bro?
So much oil.
What are those doing to my body? I can't eat chips anymore for surely.
Well, it's not after
all the Advents or something.
No, it's just all the oil.
Pulling off car fire.
It's all the oil, bro. They're deep fried.
Are we not getting medical out here? This guy's like legs just melted.
And he's making him count at the charity stripe. No surprise there.
You know, if they handle this right, they might be taking the last shot of the period.
Patience is the key. The defense wants to make them rush and make mistakes here.
Here's Campbell.
I love how the people who live here just move the car inside. Where is the car? I want to see it. Okay, walking up on this.
76ers ahead. They're up by 1. We'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball.
They risked their fucking lives to move that car 15 feet away.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession.
Oh shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Start knocking and see if you can get people. Lit himself on fire. All of a sudden, no,
Johnson outside.
right over there in front of the house, and he was on fire. Favor, move your squad for fire. I got your guy.
Okay.
He lit himself on fire.
He lit himself on fire?
Yeah, he lit the car on fire. I was in the park, and I saw the car fire, and he was out in the front yard, and his leg was on fire.
Into the lane. Rebounded by Duckworth.
John, you know how pissed I'd be at 3:30 a.m.?
Somebody parked and came in, but I didn't see anybody come out. What? I can't breathe. Shut up. I can't breathe. Shut up. I can't breathe, man.
1 minute played here in the second inning. Elo outside.
I'm burning.
Misses the three.
Shot to miss. Plenty of room at the arc. All set up. Just
You lit yourself on fire.
Johnson gets to
Yo, not getting this guy medical. Is that the smoke coming out of him? Not getting this guy medical is nuts. Like, you know, we can't ambulance.
Open man by Sidney Moncrief.
You got a med unit coming? Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna deal with it. Yeah, deal with that. He can wait. Is that your Escalade? That's your Escalade? Yeah. Okay, you got your ID, boss?
And here's Parrish.
I saw him on the front, but his left leg was on fire. His leg was on fire, and I put two and two together, and he was running. So I told him to stop. I pulled up, told him to stop. Hooked him up. Where's he at? Mine. There's mine.
Screen by Parrish.
Police spoke further with the victim who owns the Cadillac. He revealed his vehicle was worth approximately $40,000 and that he didn't give anyone permission to set his car on fire.
He did. And capitalizing too.
Johnson
God's
outside.
got a little nub. He's like, so I didn't give permission to do this.
Shoots over
I
Elo.
didn't trust
And
enough.
there's Moncrief. That's
Like
good on the
the
assist by Johnson.
fire.
He also said that he doesn't know who the suspect is. The suspect, Stephen, has a wide range of criminal history, including being a...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Lock this fucking guy up. What?
sex offender and not registering himself as one, domestic battery, soliciting a child for... and tampering with a GPS device, while he had never had any history of committing arson. For this case, he was charged with felony arson of a felony bail jumping and resisting obstructing. After pleading guilty to all three charges, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 2 years of extended super...
Nah, he needs more than that. What? Nah, he needs way more than that. This guy's a menace. Lock him up.
He was also ordered to have no contact with the victim, pursue and maintain employment, complete a mental health evaluation, and
That boy ain't getting a fucking job.
pay $14,106.52 in restitution to the victim. While Milwaukee, Wisconsin has a history of large amounts of arson incidents in previous years, recent data from the Milwaukee Police Department suggests arson-involved crimes are actually beginning to trend down, with a 41% decrease from 2025 to 2026. Throughout the past 10 years, police in Milwaukee and around the country have taken measures to help prevent and deal with arson cases, working closely with fire departments, partnering with federal departments like ATF, and increasing advertisements for the public to report suspicious activity are some of the many strategies police departments around the country
that
have
billboard
employed
is heavily...
2.5 minutes played.
I wouldn't have even called the police when I saw this tweaker lighting my neighbor's car on fire and blowing it up until I remember.
continue to practice to deal with arson cases.
This is a brand in Milwaukee. Over the past several years, the city has seen hundreds of arson incidents. They had 289 in 2020, 247
where are you? I don't see you, John. Where are you?
255 in 2022, and still 200 in 2023. That's homes, cars, and neighborhoods left damaged, and first responders answering calls that should never have been made. Fighting arson is about strategy.
Why is his voice so whistly today, dude? It's like that scene in Family Guy where, like, Herbert is like, he's like, you whippersnapper, and he's like, dude, why does he sound like that?
Fast 9/11 responses, cameras that catch movement, and good investigation to catch patterns before another fire starts. So when the officer finds this suspect on the sidewalk in flames,
Dude, what happened? John behind him? Bro, imagine John was right behind him. He just tased him. Holy shit.
Some evidence of something no arsonist probably thinks about. People start fires for a few reasons. Some are obsessed with flames, some are trying to hide something else, and some are chasing insurance money. And a lot of times it's just revenge turned violent. Fire doesn't stay where you put it because cars can explode, smoke spreads, and suddenly everyone nearby.
Fire doesn't stay where you put it, is the analysis I was waiting for.
Smith outside. Moncrief fires for three.
Thank
Chicago
you,
grabs the miss.
Thank you, John. Perfect, dude. No, and it's true when you think about it, because the fire's going to spread, right? So, like, you light a fire, and there's no telling where it's headed.
right? There's literally no telling where the fight is headed. There's just no, it could go anywhere, dude. It could go anywhere.
I don't think there was any question about that being a foul.
What do you think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35?
2 and missed 2 at the line tonight. First one falls for it.
The reason why is because your stuff is on the internet and the AI has to fill the prompt based off that.
We
need to take your mind off of this. Come check out my new man cave.
T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. I wanted to play.
2.5 minutes off the clock now, here in the third.
He was the best in the game, and I was trying to be.
Game on. I'm better than you.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
Impressive. Wow.
Bulls have gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half.
Time for a rerun.
Parrish outside. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
7-1 with great skill. Parrish is one of the toughest assignments in the league.
On the night, he's gone 2 for 2 at the stripe.
Fighting for money is the story of exploitation. Wealthy brand owners and desperate outsiders who could do nothing but fight. It was an unregulated backwater, then incredibly niche, and then just another sport. Even if it did ultimately thrive off the intimate combat of 2 people.
It's morning again in America.
We Americans are slow to anger. We always seek peaceful avenues before resorting to the use of force. A new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations.
This will be a long, ongoing struggle between freedom and fanaticism. We must be prepared to do all that we can for as long as we must.
Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, despite corrections in the marketplace and instances of abuse. Democratic capitalism is the best system ever devised.
No matter who you are, or where you come from, or what you look like, or what religion you practice, you are equal in the eyes of God.
Here is Hodges. Takes the 3.
I don't know if fans can glow in the dark, but we're going to find out.
Right on offense, and the shots just don't fall.
Smith kicks to Johnson. Sidney Moncrief on the wing. Shot clock. The 76ers need to get off a shot. Here's Smith. Again, Philadelphia. Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over.
Well, we don't have to guess what they're going to be talking about. We know
July
what the
6th,
deal is.
2013, Las Vegas, Nevada, and it's Sobel Fell. My consensus, Silva was the greatest fighter on earth. His body of work looked like that of a man who could read the thoughts of his opponents and unleash techniques that could only work in wire-fu cinema. It was easy to forget that, before that day, Silva was no stranger to defeat. Most notably, he'd suffered cartoonish submission losses to Japanese journeyman Ryo Chonen and Daiju Takase a decade prior. And though he came into his own and began to impose his Muay Thai heavy striking game with impunity on foes thereafter, downright bland and confusing fights long after he had captured the UFC title. UFC President Dana White even threatened to cut him if he continued to fight to the distance on the judges' scorecards he had become wont to do. He ran into Chael Sonnen, a wrestler with an unimpressive-looking record and an aborted career in Republican politics. The question was whether Silva would snap Sonnen in 2, as he used to, or fight like an asshole to make a fool of the big-talking Sonnen. It was neither, as it was Sonnen who made Silva look like every one of his 35 years.
Silva's ass up and down the canvas before Sonnen dove into a combination triangle choke and armbar. The two techniques Sonnen was notorious for being caught in throughout his career. Suddenly, Silva was the hero. He went on to feed Vitor Belfort his foot and absorb all the fans in Brazil that the famous Belfort had, that Silva always wanted. He dismantled Sonnen's friend, Yushin Okami, in a horrifying display at Rio de Janeiro. He stepped in on late notice to face the inhumanly tough Stephan Bonner and became the first man to ever stop him on strikes. Silva clearly loved being a good guy. The Nike sponsorships and big deals were nice. But he clearly loved the fans, and the U.S. and Brazil exploding with joy whenever they saw him the way they never had before. Even though Silva was in his late 30s, the fact that he was producing such highlights well into the twilight years of a fighter's lifespan seemed proof that he would never stop. Or at least he wouldn't for a while.
Opportunity offense is fun to watch.
And they've been letting
hey,
it rain
last one down by the Ultras.
And he knocks down the first one.
Chris Weidman, on the other hand, came in with a shorter story. He had only 9 fights on his resume before challenging Silva. The majority of MMA fans figured that Weidman would punch air for a while and eventually get steamrolled like everyone else. Of course, those who trained with him said that his talent and aggression would carry him to victory against Silva, who had shown a vulnerability to similar balls-out wrestlers in the past. People could have seen the first round, where Weidman took Silva down and didn't let him up, but few saw him dumping out the champ in the next match.
Rebound by the 76ers. Duckworth's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Smith surveying the D.
It was anticlimactic. People thought Silva was clowning around and taking more seriously in the rematch. When it came, Weidman beat the shit out of Silva even worse than he had the first time. Then he turned Silva's leg into jello when he blocked one of the Brazilian champion's ferocious leg kicks.
Oh my goodness! Anderson fractured his leg. You can see his leg hanging loose now. Wow! It snapped right in half.
Silva spent the next few years losing.
And the first one drops.
Worse, he didn't lose like Anderson Silva. He didn't get blown up in the middle of some incredible technique. He didn't have unbelievable final matches with the next iteration of himself. He lost squeakers. He did once have a victory in the stretch. A drawn-out decision victory over a welterweight, Nick Diaz. It was overturned when the one-time protagonist of MMA pissed hot for performance-enhancing drugs. Using transitive properties that never worked in fight math, people decided that now Weidman was the best ever. After his decisive rematch with Silva, he dispatched 2 former champions, the aging Vitor Belfort, a one-time prodigy who found second life when he was allowed to shoot pure testosterone into his veins, but was forced to stop when he ran into Weidman, and Lyoto Machida, the once light heavyweight king, going down 20 pounds to avenge his friend, Anderson Silva. Those 2 men were at one time considered unbeatable in their own right. Just like his forebears, he was shown to be human, dropping 3 fights in a row in violent circumstances. Neither of the men shown here are champions anymore. One of them will most likely never fight for the belt again. The other remains to be seen. But their first encounter is seared in the minds of even the most casual viewers. The touchstone of this modern era of fighting, where all things that used to make the sport unusual are mostly gone, and the impermanence and depersonalization that seems to pervade every facet of our lives has finally infected a sport once thought too weird and individualistic for that to ever happen. Mixed martial arts never changed our culture, as its detractors claimed it would. There is no epidemic of children killing each other with rear naked chokes.
People still commit acts of violence against each other, but in the same ways and for the same reasons they always have. In retrospect, it's pretty fucking stupid. Why would a sport of consensual violence be so much worse for us in the developing world, where our governments bomb 7 countries before we even get out of bed in the morning? It will always be a bit of a fringe sport, but it's got the bland respectability of the casual side that the biggest promotional company always wanted. It somehow got to the point where it became so big and noticeable that it could be assimilated by the world around it. This story doesn't begin in sanitized Las Vegas, where the biggest promotion in the Ultimate Fighting Championship now resides, but continents away and hundreds of years before anyone could come up with a term like brand synergy. The true catalyst for MMA as a sport, business, and spectacle go back to Japan. While modern fighting attracts so many outsiders in society, its forebear was the ultimate insider's art. Jiu-jitsu, a mixture of throws, strikes, joint locks, and chokes, was developed over hundreds of years by samurai. Originally purposed for these elite warriors to defeat armed opponents if they found themselves without any of their weaponry. In the rigid hierarchy of feudalism, techniques of jiu-jitsu were kept from those who weren't samurai. But nothing can remain a secret forever. As Japan was open to the world, many of the feudal codes and customs that binded so many spaces in society started to wither. By the 19th century, jiu-jitsu had proliferated to the point where one didn't have to be accessible to very many. One had to have a certain degree of size and athleticism to bring techniques from practice to execution. That was until someone wanted something that we now take for a given in this sport. To use martial arts as a fulcrum against those parts of oneself that make them feel as though they did not belong.
To take their first time out right here.
In the New Japan, a man named Kano Jigaro had a problem. He wanted to be the best jiu-jitsu competitor that he could possibly be, but he was just too small. Kano was the type of outsider now typical to the modern sport of fighting. He knew every mitigating factor of his identity so well that it informed his most pivotal desires and decisions. Though he attended high-end private schools and received tutoring, he was still prisoner to a 5'2", 90-pound frame. Kano found a dojo and an instructor. He tried his best. He practiced his forms, he sparred, and did everything that he could, but he was just too small and too green to beat his more experienced betters. Kano never stopped believing he had a path to victory and mastery, though. The same straying road that led such a small kid to jiu-jitsu in the first place brought him to Western wrestling, sumo, and any other grappling art he could study in order to surprise his larger training partners. It didn't matter then, in a Japan that had reformed away its elite warrior nobility. It doesn't matter now in any first world nation, in any rich family, in a blue-collar family, in an impoverished landlocked country, or if you grew up in a scientific colony in Antarctica. As long as there are people, they'll at some point want the ability to keep someone from kicking their ass. No matter how unlikely it is that they'll ever actually get into a fight. Jigaro Kano probably would have never gotten into a fight if he had never taken this path. But he had. Through the next few years, Kano started achieving some proficiency, even demonstrating the art to then-president Ulysses Tsunetoshi that he truly found his niche. Tsunetoshi was more into throwing techniques than any other instructor Kano had studied under, and for someone who was obsessed with getting around his size and strength differentials, throws were perfect. Since they centered around using an opponent's weight and leverage to impose one's will, they could theoretically be employed by a smaller man to dominate larger foes. It wasn't long until Kano embarked on his own. Originally, he was just another jiu-jitsu teacher. He hadn't quite realized that he'd built something quite different until he began beating Tsunetoshi in randori, or sparring. What Kano had figured out was that instead of just muscling into a throw, he could apply a series of pulls, pushes, and dozens of other techniques from other grappling arts to manipulate his opponent's frame so they'd be in an optimal position to be caught. Once they were on the ground, Kano could then apply choking techniques that he'd learned from different schools of jiu-jitsu. While it seems like a no-shit revelation now, it was revolutionary at a time when martial arts were very rarely blended in a way that's commonplace today. Kano named his new system Judo.
start things here in the second half.
Judo is now an Olympic sport, and thousands of masters, athletes, and enthusiasts trace their instructor lineage directly back to Kano himself. Kano changed martial arts forever. His students made up some of the most notable names in fighting for years to come. But for our purposes, he had a singularly important pupil.
Kerr takes to pressing.
Mitsuya Maeda became a judo champion and traveled the world giving exhibitions of the novel art. After hundreds of years, martial arts had finally broken containment. It was first jealously guarded by the elite, then accessible only to those with certain physical abilities, then opened up by Kano to virtually every type of person, no matter how small. Now, in the first great era of globalization, martial arts were ripe to be altered and adapted. The entire sport of mixed martial arts owes its existence to Mitsuya Maeda and the winding transcontinental path that brought him to Brazil.
The first free throw is good, and the 76ers making a change here.
Gaston Gracie was a member of an elite family. His ancestors emigrated from Scotland to Brazil a few generations back and married into one of the nation's richest families. Gaston was a businessman, diplomat, and, as is so common in families with too much money, father to a troublemaker son. Gaston had helped Maeda set up a settlement for Japanese emigres in the state of Para. In return, he asked Maeda to teach his rowdy son Carlos the way of judo. Up until that point, Carlos had satisfied his adolescent aggression by brawling in the streets. Despite, or maybe in spite of, his wealthy background, he was notorious for taking on any comer he could find. Maeda turned him into a martial artist, and even the master of his own school. But that desire to take on all comers never went away. And when synthesized with the Gracie family's marketing acumen, it came in handy. In order to promote their system, the Gracies took out ads in newspapers, calling for challengers to test their mettle against the family's judo. Gaston was once a partner in a circus enterprise, and it reflected in its progeny. It resulted in a new enterprise called Ballet Judo, Portuguese for anything goes. These fights were spectacles, and they had no real rules outside of prohibiting biting or eye gouging, and that wasn't even really uniform. Their promotional dominance did not mean that they weren't really bleeding in there. Few in the history of Ballet Judo, in fact, led like Elio Gracie did.
Here's Kelly Tykes, covered by Johnson.
Elio was another one of Gaston's sons, but he was said to have been very sick with an unspecified illness when he was younger. As such, he turned out smaller than his brothers, who were already sleight of hand. Though judo was ideally supposed to work for any body, some techniques did require a bit more body and a bit more power than Elio could offer. Like Kano generations before him, Elio refined the art even more, making it more efficient, more simple, and more effective against the right opponents. Instead of emphasizing the high-velocity takedowns of judo, Elio relied on simple trip takedowns and body locks that often looked ugly but got the job done. The truth was, it actually didn't matter if Elio could land an unambiguous wrestling maneuver that put his opponent's ass flat on the floor. All he had to do was create a scramble, and that's when his superior training in floor sparring would allow him to get top position and eventually submit that other judoka and wrestler without all that extra effort. Several Gracie men and their students excelled in Ballet Judo through sheer excellence, promotional rat-fucking, or a combination of both. But none of them put in the kind of hours that Elio did. He quite often won, but usually after putting in a superhuman effort, and almost always after getting maimed pretty badly. It was a regular occurrence for his fights to last hours, as his losing effort against former student Valdemir Santana did. In his most famous match, Elio took on Matsuhiko Kimura, a judo wonderkid who outweighed him by about 45 pounds. While it was billed as a super fight, it didn't last quite as long as Elio's other matches. Kimura had been told by the Japanese embassy that he wouldn't be allowed back in the country if he lost, and he fought as such. He ragdolled Elio with numerous throws and tried to end the night in a variety of holds. Finally, at the 13-minute mark, he got Elio in a Gyuka Ude Garame, or double wrist lock, which twists an opponent's arm behind their back in such a way that it isolates their shoulder and elbow joints and puts tremendous pressure on them. It was a deep hold, but Elio, of course, refused to give up. Kimura obliged the Brazilian, and he broke his arm. Elio said he would probably still be there trying to attain some type of moral victory if his corner hadn't thrown in the towel.
Trying to be game on. I'm better than you.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
he's on, he can operate at a high level. Actually,
He could have died to prove he was just like a samurai.
Pass to Green.
Alio is credited as one of the inventors of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Green, the screen. To the wing on the left. Johnson outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Drills it from outside. And it's a tie ball game. Don't usually see him shoot the third. Adams has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. The 76ers trail by 3. Adams taking his time here.
While most of these fights were grappler versus striker matchups, personal drama of students fighting their former masters or general exhibitions meant to demonstrate the superiority of the Gracie family, something unexpected happened. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu had blown up, but in many ways, the Gracies had become just like the samurai, who used to keep their Jiu-Jitsu from everyone else. For one, they restricted their most advanced techniques to their own family, lest anyone break their monopoly. Then, there was also the matter of the gi. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was for people who could afford the gi, the uniform needed to train. There were millions of people that couldn't spare a few reals to buy these heavy cotton pajamas, but they wanted to train and fight as anyone else would. If you think Brazil has absurd wealth inequality now, you should have seen it in the middle of the 20th century. Lucha Libre came from the lower classes of Brazil. They couldn't afford the enormous gymnasiums the jiu-jitsu schools would often occupy, and would sometimes train in the street or alleyways. Lucha Libre was a hard-nosed sport, and its adherents were usually people who'd been exploited their entire lives. Jiu-jitsu was for the rich kids. Lucha Libre was for the 99%. The Gracie clan derided a lot of their techniques. Foot and leg locks that the Lucha Libre practitioners used were referred to as suburban, which means a different, more classist thing over there, and barbaric. In the 1980s, this rivalry dominated Valley Judo after the 1982 Naja Academy gym invasion. Charles Gracie had a fistfight over a woman with Muay Thai boxer Mario Duma, and when his brother Halls Gracie found out, he rounded up his students. We'll probably never know for sure exactly how that day ended, whether Gracie beat Duma in a fair fight or instigated an all-out brawl between the two academies. What is known is that Halls and company marched all the way through the streets of Rio de Janeiro to Naja Academy, where Duma was training to settle the score.
Getting the ball to the right guy where he can do damage.
Here's Preston. Uncovered, and it's Chicago scoring again. The 76ers trail by 4.
There were several fight cards built around the Lucha Libre BJJ rivalry thereafter, but the hatred wasn't confined. It often spilled out of the rings and gyms and onto the streets. There were countless brawls between groups representing the two arts, as more than martial arts proficiency lay on the line. It wasn't just black and white classism in either, though. Some craved upward mobility so bad that they would work long hours and skip meals just to be able to afford jiu-jitsu training, hoping to achieve not just money in the Valley Judo ring, but the middle-class cachet that jiu-jitsu offered. To fight members of their own class wasn't just about defending the name of jiu-jitsu, though. It was about clawing their way upwards in stratified Brazilian society. Some in the Gracie clan focused intensely on hard-nosed Lucha Libre athletes. Carlson Gracie developed a different style of jiu-jitsu than his forebears, an extremely aggressive and physical style that married the sheer physicality of Lucha Libre with the gentle art of Gracie jiu-jitsu. The more moneyed wing of this large clan had designs past the proto-MMA, however. Though they enjoyed brisk business through their schools, Valley Judo cards, and videotape series well into the 20th century, the wealthy descendants of a former circus promoter had determined the next logical step: pay-per-view.
Presley takes the curve, and the officials call for a 3-second violation. Harris has checked in for the Bulls. The 76ers trail by 8.
With this
Born
one
with pride.
I like
The
the timeout
Danielle
right
Collegiate
Yeah, they need a
Collection.
minute to catch their breath here. Because right now, the
Chevy
opposition
trucks
is
are as
running
dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
And the Bulls will go for a different look here.
1976 saw two aborted attempts at the future. The first was Ronald Reagan's strong but ultimately unsuccessful primary attempt on then-President Gerald Ford. Reagan surged from Ford's right flank, attacking the amiable establishment choice for losing Vietnam and kowtowing to collectivist forces everywhere else in the world, especially at home. Two fought tooth and nail, but Reagan faltered down the stretch. Ford ended up retaining his title of the Republican Party's nomination en route to a loss to Jimmy Carter.
Thank you, David.
Around the same time in the same year, boxing legend Muhammad Ali took on Japanese pro wrestling icon Antonio Inoki. You couldn't call it a fight, so we'll say it was a contest. How it came to be, no one could quite agree on. Inoki spent most of the 16-round competition in the butt scoop position, and Ali threw 6 punches. So it's understandable that no one wants to win the rule set that allowed this. Inoki versus Ali ended in a draw, and was largely unentertaining. And Ronald Reagan was a joke outside of hardcore conservative Republican primary voters. Role where the elderly actor was a threat on the national stage, and proto-MMA existed outside of gymnasiums in Brazil, both seemed pretty unlikely in 1976.
I must tell those who failed to report for duty this morning, they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated. End of statement.
The 1980s were spent destroying the breakwaters the West once felt protected its people from the worst excesses of their own systems. Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan broke the backs of unions, ripped the spines out of their respective nations' welfare states, and used a series of banana republics as punching bags in their succession of small wars meant to heal the wounded pride caused by Vietnam and the tumultuous 1970s. Social safety nets, higher wages, and other cushions the West was obliged to have in order to draw its working classes away from communism were ripped away. We were naked to the winds of an uncertain world. Ali and Inoki were a bit too early, and a bit too weird, but it was now a great time to destroy our cultural ideal of martial arts.
Smith outside, Duckworth set to screen. Moncrief against D'Lo. Moncrief kicks to Johnson. 5 on the clock. Trying to end the drought. Here is Shields for rebound. The Bulls leading by 9. Campbell with it, and it's Jackson picking him up.
There were many champions in the Gracie family. Hickson excelled at Valley Judo. Euler dominated in pure jiu-jitsu tournaments. But lawyer and businessman Orion was the best at marketing, which was the language of the new world that the Gracies found themselves in. After spending the tail end of the 80s getting the Gracie name out through Playboy, street fight videos, and everything else he could think of, Orion finally linked up with marketing director Art Davey, seeking to monetize the mythical Vamp Anyone, two settled on pay-per-view. It almost ended in Gracie's Civil War. One faction wanted the telegenic and athletic Hickson to compete, but Hickson and Orion were both too large in personality to come to any agreement. After near inter-office fights, the slighter in frame voiced Gracie was selected.
Now, here is Smith. And the shot ball short this time.
Defense backing off there, knowing the mid-rangers are low percentage.
In 1993, no one knew anything, and most people still thought that if you did karate the right way, you could blow up somebody's heart. The call was, we're looking for people to fight in a tournament where the only real rules are you can't bite someone or gouge their eyes out. We want to figure out what's the best kind of fight. The winner gets $50,000. Who would answer a call like that?
Well, timeout call, 76ers.
The 8 constituting the tournament included an insanely dirty kickboxer, a massive sumo wrestler, a
a respected but bewildered boxer who ended up wearing one glove to the octagon, and two guys who stood above the rest. Diminutive scion of grappling royalty, but his eventual counterpart and partner in fate was Ken Shamrock. Shamrock was a street tough, taken in by an adoptive father, whose last name he ended up taking. A standout athlete who ended up in pro wrestling in Japan. There, he materialized in Pancrase, a weird pro wrestling / real fighting hybrid where fights play. Shamrock and Gracie tore through their first opponents before meeting in the semifinals. When they met, Shamrock and his bowling ball deltoids outweighed Gracie by 40 pounds of pure muscle. Though Shamrock was just an inch taller than his opponent, the musculature difference was the kind you see in political cartoons making a point about an underdog.
Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. The 76ers trail by 10. Here's to Duckworth. And here's Smith. He's guarded by Hodgins. And Smith gets double teamed.
He and Shamrock entangled on the floor, but Gracie used his speed to his advantage, cutting off Shamrock's windpipe and carotid arteries. Shamrock protested, but then admitted that he tapped.
Pass to Hastings. Elo with it. Covered by Johnson.
Gracie went on to fight notoriously dirty Dutch fighter Gerard Gordeau. Gordeau bit Gracie's ear. To pay him back, Gracie held on to his rear naked choke just a little longer than he needed to.
Philadelphia's gone 2 of 5 on three-point shots since the end of the third quarter. It's
To
deflected.
the tens of thousands who watched it, the cultural image of martial arts was altered forever. The men with coolly named East Asian techniques, the yoked pro wrestler, the boxer, they all fell to a man who dragged them to the floor and turned their lights off by touching their necks.
Hits from the high post. Parrish has got 11 in the second half.
Didn't we mention Parrish shoots extremely well? Sean, big fella.
Moncrief the pass to Duckworth. Now Johnson.
I created the flag for sports dignity. I oversee the name of my family in affection. Many nerves and blood. Clear their faces. 1913-2009.
Fighting was evolving at previously unseen rates. Ultimate fighters, who were thought to have solved the puzzle of martial arts, fell again and again, downed by new champions. These were men like former elite college wrestler Dan Severn, Russian standout Oleg Tatarov, and one of the first fully versatile fighters in Marco Huas. Huas, a lucha libre fighter, won the UFC 7 tournament, chopping down Paul Varlin with a ruthless series of leg kicks so thunderous that they eventually sent the 300-pounder to the mat. No matter who would walk away with the prize,
So he'll be shooting free throws here.
And an easy call for
the
the
sport
officials there.
resonated with outsiders in a world now filled to the brim with them. By then, why did all these unwashed masses now clamor for these weird men brutalizing each other? To paraphrase Inspector Javert to Jean Valjean, I'd only known a straight line before I'd met you. Let's look at the culture at the time. As America had just begun to survey the rapid destruction of the 1980s, the new professional culture of the 1990s had arrived. It offered yoga and smoothies, but retained the same bloodlessness. NAFTA made goods cheaper for some. The Clinton crime bill took all those nasty super predators off the street. There was a new set of platitudes about tolerance that everyone could feel good about, as the lines between their professional and personal lives blurred.
That one misses.
Or they were just totally dislocated in this new world they were told they'd love. The term politically correct, and then the backlash against it, started taking hold at this time. We usually hear complaints about PC when someone's told they can't shout racial slurs in a Little League game. But it betrays something to think about. This all started becoming a thing when our corporations began coalescing into state-like entities that could fill all our needs. Their human resources departments afraid of backlash instituted standards that often protected vulnerable employees, but at other times enforced standards of relief, outside activities, and anything that would make one too different for the workplace through fear of being fired.
Moncrief kicks to Johnson.
Recourse by employers, it was a culturally significant tool. There were obviously good outcomes. It's good to take people's feelings into consideration.
And it's Chicago with the rebound. One more shot might be all it takes here.
Exactly. That might be the final nail, so to speak. And the clock's going to expire on them. An impressive all-around win for the Bulls.
And they really crashed the boards tonight, Mike, something I know you always stress.
Both teams are solid at rebounding. They found the way to get the edge in this one.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
Pretty easy to say this game out of reach now.
And they played hard, but sometimes it just isn't enough.
Here's Duckworth.
But it was never PC culture. It was HR culture. The main point is not to protect the individual now, but the company. We never really stopped doing things because we cared about the feelings of others. We did them because we'd be shoved out of the window with no net to catch us. Seeing a bunch of insane men with dumb tattoos cover one another in blood was a release from the bloodless brutality of life. As everyone in power swept up the macho posture and violence of the Reagan years, the reserve sanitized new violence, it was stark to see men who said, "We're fucked up, we don't fit in anywhere, and we will beat each other to death if it means we can survive."